Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. So today we are going to start a new series SQL tutorial, and this part 1 of SQL series. So let's get started with today's agenda guys. So today we are going to start a new series that is SQL tutorial, and in this particular series I'm going to talk about different SQL queries. I have listed down different queries. Actually I have collected all the different queries which will be asked in the interview, and which you will come across in your daily life. I mean, which are very important, right? To write those kind of queries, okay? To retrieve the data from database when you work for any project. So these are very important queries, guys. So let me have a look, like what are the different queries which I have noted down. So from next video onwards I'll write those queries. I have listed on all the questions, and then I'll write the query, and then I'll explain you like how to write the query to get the data. Okay, so these are the different queries, guys, which I have listed down here. You can see from very basics to advanced level. So SQL order by keyword, where clause. So these are some important first to five are very basic level queries, and then SQL order by, and then where clause, SQL like operator, wildcard character, string questions. So distinct keyword, minimum and maximum date related. So I have collected all the questions, guys, and then next video onwards I'll create the answers, and we'll run those queries. So we'll pick in a single tutorial I'll pick like 10 to 15 queries, and then we'll discuss about those. We'll talk about joins as well. But before we proceed with the queries, I think it's important to understand about some theoretical stuff. So let's have a look the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about why SQL are important for testers, software testers, okay? And what is database? What do you mean by database actually? What is DBMS? We'll talk about what is RDBMS, what is SQL, and what are the different SQL commands we have, what are the SQL command types, okay? And most important SQL commands we'll discuss. So let's just have a look the some theoretical stuff today, and then from next video onwards we'll talk about all the queries. So the first thing is why SQL needed for tester, software tester, right? Why SQL? Why do we need to learn SQL, right? Or any database? Okay, why do we need to learn the database? Why should we have the knowledge of database? So the ability to recognize the different types of databases, we should understand like what are the different types of databases are there. The ability to connect to database using different SQL connection clients, and understanding of relationship between database tables. Okay, so whenever you work in any project, so there definitely would be database, right? So you need to understand like what are the different databases will be part of your project, and how you are connecting those database, and what are the different tables associated with your product, and understanding of relationship between database tables, keys, and indices. Okay, we'll discuss about indexes, different keys, primary keys, and foreign keys, and all joins in coming videos. Ability to write a simple select or SQL statement along with more complex join queries. So these are the important concept you should know as a tester, which are required, because sometimes, I mean, yeah, whenever you do testing like UI testing or any kind of testing, right? Windows based application or web based, you should have knowledge of database, right? so that you can get the data from database. You can do the verification, validation, you can validate the values, right? Data, like whatever displayed in the front end, so how these data are displaying, right? So get the data from database, how these the UI elements, right? UI elements displayed in the screen, like what are the different tables are there, what are the different databases they are interrelated with. So as a tester, we should know all this stuff. As a software tester, you are required to perform database testing as well. So here I'm not going to talk about database testing in detail. Database testing is a separate things, guys. In this particular series, we'll talk about different queries. First of all, we should know like what are the different databases are there, and basically what is the concept of database and what are the different queries which we use in our day-to-day life, right? So first we need to understand all these stuff, and later on we'll move towards database testing. Like database testing includes at procedure level, how to write the procedure, how to do indexing, triggers and all those stuff, right? So we should know all those things, but before that we should know like how to write simple queries, simple select queries, and how to write complex join queries, simple join queries and all these stuff, how to write subqueries. So these are very important initially. In addition, you are required to write SQL queries to retrieve, update and insert data in the database. So that's the reason we need knowledge of database. We will start with the database fundamentals. At the same time, we will move to SQL concept as well. So finally, we will check some of the widely used SQL commands. So the next is, what is database? So a database is an organized or systematic collection of data that is stored and accessed in or from a computer system. A database is usually controlled by a database management system. It's controlled by DBMS. DBMS is nothing but database management system. So what is database? So whenever you use any system, so there should be a database, right? So let's say you are using your phone, so there is some data, some storage, right, to have the data. You have external drive, external right, external drive to store the data, or you have inbuilt storage. So that is nothing but the storage or database, we can say. That is in simple terms database, right? So a database is an organized or systematic collection of data that is stored and accessed in or from a computer system. So you work in any project, there definitely should have we use database. For example, a company database may include tables for products, employees and financial records. So whenever we work for any company, right, whatever project it might be, so here we have given an example of company database. So we have tables for different products, employees and financial records. Each of these tables would have different fields that are relevant to the information stored in the table. What is RDBMS? One second. DBMS, right? First, DBMS. What is DBMS? So DBMS, database management system. The full form of DBMS is database management system. So basically DBMS is a software system that is designed to maintain and access the database. We can say it's a program or software system that is designed to maintain and access the database. It allows the user to access, create, delete and update data in a database. So this is DBMS. DBMS defines the rules for manipulation and validation of this data. So it actually the DBMS defines the rules and regulations, okay, how the data would be updated or be how to validate, right, manipulation and validation of this data, how Basically, DBMS defines the rules to how we can manipulate the data and how to validate those data. We use a database when there is a huge amount of data. The security of data is important, right? Or when a multiple users have to access the data concurrently, and security is also important, so that rules is defined under DBMS, database management system. Some DBMS examples include MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft Access, MS Access, SQL Server, FileMaker, Oracle, RDBMS, DBase, Clipper, and FoxPro. So these are the different databases, guys. DBMS. Okay. Now, what is RDBMS? So RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, is an advanced version of basic DBMS. Okay, so this is relational database management systems. Okay, one step further, right? Advanced version of DBMS is called RDBMS. A relational database is a database that allows the user to store related data in the form of tables, which are linked by establishing a relationship between the different tables, hence providing an efficient way to access the database. So top relational database softwares are MS SQL, Oracle Database, MySQL, DB2, and PostgreSQL. RDBMS database use tables for storing the data. A table is nothing but a collection of data that is related to one another. Okay, so table will be in the form of rows and columns. So a row represents a collection of fields that end up making a record in the database. So we have rows and columns. Columns is, in a database, a column represents those values that are of the same type. Let's say we have a name, so that is of same type, right? Same kind of data type. We have ID, data type would be integer, so that is another kind of column. We have age, integer type. So these are the different columns. So column is also called an attribute. So what is SQL? So basically in this series we are going to talk about SQL. So we need to understand like what is SQL. So SQL stands for structured query language. It is programming language that is used to request information from a database. SQL can be used to manage and share data in the relational database management system. Moreover, users can perform actions like insertion, deletion, selection, etc. on the database. SQL keywords are not case sensitive. So when we write the queries, we'll understand like why. It is not case sensitive. We can write in caps or in small letters. Okay. So these are the different notes, guys. Theoretical stuff I'll provide in my blog as well, automationtestinginsider.com. So there we have a separate section called database testing. There I'll provide all the notes. Do not worry about the notes, the theoretical things. I'll provide all the notes over there. So what are the different SQL commands we have? So SQL commands segregated into following types, like we have DDL, data definition language. SQL commands are commands come under DDL are as follows. So under DDL we have create, alter, drop, and truncate. We'll talk about all these commands going forward. Okay, create, alter, drop, and truncate. Basically, create is to create the table, alter is to update the table, drop is drop the table, and truncate to kind of delete the table. We'll discuss the difference between drop and truncate as well. And I'll provide at the same time while working with the queries, I'll provide different interview questions as well, like I have provided earlier on SQL, on Selenium and Java. So in the same way I'll provide SQL questions and answers as well, which will be asked at the time of interview. Another language is DML, data manipulation language. SQL commands come under DML are as follows: insert, update, delete. To insert the record in table, we have insert command, update to update the record, and delete to delete the table, to delete the record from table. Data query language. So SQL commands come under DQL are as follows. So select comes under TQL, data query language. Select keyword comes under data query language. So this is the command, right? Commands is nothing but the keywords which we are going to use, right? The commands which we are going to use in our query. DCL, data control language. So SQL commands come under DCL are as follows: grant, revoke, deny. TCL is another language, transaction control language. So SQL commands come under TCL are as follows: commit, rollback, and save. So these are the different SQL commands guides segregated into different languages, okay, inside SQL. Yeah, so these are the important commands which we are going to use frequently, okay. So select, it extract data from a database. So this is most common which we start our query to write any query, like select asterisk from table name, okay. So it basically extracts the data from a database. Update, it updates data in a database. It deletes data from a database, delete command. We have insert into, it inserts new data into a database. Then we have create, it creates a new database, okay. Alter and drop, it modifies a database, is called alter. And drop is it deletes a table. Drop basically deletes the table, whereas delete, it deletes data from a database, right? So these are the different concept, guys, SQL concept, some basic concept. So if you are a fresher, so these are the important things you should know. And yeah, so next video onwards we'll talk about the queries, next video. So these are the queries already I have selected, guys. I have collected everything, all the possible SQL queries which we use in our day-to-day life, whenever we work in any project or when we go for an interview. These are the important queries you should know. So thank you guys for watching, and please subscribe this channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming video, and stay safe. And thank you guys, have a nice day, bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. So this is the second part of SQL series. In the first part we talked about different database concept, so we'll continue to do the same. We'll talk about some important database concept today as well. Along with that, I'll show you how to create a table and what are the different commands, what are the different frequently used commands we can do. I'll show you today. And so yeah, so let's have a look the agenda for today. So we'll talk about data types, operators, and constraints. I'll show you how to create a table in database, and we'll execute some different frequently used commands like create, update, delete, etc. And I'll show you the difference between truncate, delete, and drop. We'll talk about different constraints available in SQL in detail, and at last we'll talk about char and varchar, the difference between the data types char and varchar, because that is an important interview question. So let's get start. So first what I'm going to do is I'll create a table in database. So guys, I'm going to use this Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio going forward when we do the practice of SQL queries. And I have already prepared different SQL queries over here in this Word document. I'll post in my blog. So these are the different queries I have prepared, and going forward we are going to solve all these queries, okay. We'll answer all these queries, okay. And Yeah, if you go to my blog automationtestinginsider.com, so I have already posted the concept, the database concept which we have seen in the first part, SQL part 1. So you can refer the notes, and for the second part, for this part we have data types, operators and constraint. Already I have created blog on this. Okay, so this is the first part, guys. We talked about database concept. We have like why SQL needed for tester. So you can refer all these notes, like what is database, what is DBMS, RDBMS, what is SQL, what are the different commands in SQL. So today we are going to talk about all these commands, and in the second part we have these data types, operators and constraints. So these are very theoretical stuff, guys. Data types, operators and constraints. Constraint anyway we'll see in detail, but about data types and operators you can go through this notes, which is very useful, like what are the different data types in SQL. Like in the same way we have for other languages, we have data types in SQL as well, like exact numeric SQL data types. We have big int. I have given the ranges as well, what are the different ranges, range we have, and approximate numeric SQL data types. We have float, real over here. Date related, date and time SQL data types, which we are going to use in our queries, which I have already prepared different questions on SQL. Okay, which we are going to use related to date as well, and some of the different data types. And we have this character string SQL data types. We have char and varchar, which we are going to see the difference between char and varchar, why we are going to use char data type and where we use varchar. Okay, so yeah, so let me first create the table. And yeah, I'm going to use this SQL Server, guys, management, SQL Server Management Studio. Whereas if you don't have this SQL Server Management Studio, then you can use a couple of websites I have over here, like this SQL site, SQLiteonline.com, and we have tutorialspoint.com. So for practice purpose you can use these websites. Okay, so this SQLiteonline.com. okay, so here we have if you go through this SQLiteonline.com, yeah, so this is the dummy application, dummy table. Already we have this demo. So here you can see select star from demo. So here we have run button as well. So if you run this, you can see the demo table, all the records from demo table displayed over here. Now let me query one more. Just for example, I'll show you. Select star from demo where ID is equal to 9, and click on this run button. You can see one record. So this editor you can use, this SQLiteonline.com, and we have this tutorials point as well. This is also very good. So I'll provide the links in the description box of this video as well as in my blog as well, so you can refer these links. We have one this rextester.com as well, but I'm not sure whether it is working currently or not. By the way, I'm going to use this SQL Server Management Studio. So we are here I have already created a database called test data, and for our queries I am going to use this employee detail and project detail table. So right now I'm going to create a new table just for example for today, and going forward we'll use this employee detail and project detail because I have prepared the queries based on those two tables. So we'll write the query for these two tables. Okay, but right now let me create a table. So about these two, like employee detail and project detail table, I have this query, guys, create table already I have prepared over here. So what is the syntax to create the table, right? So we have this create table name. Okay, and you can see over here as well in my blog. So different commands we have. So this create belongs to which comes under DDL, data definition language, create. Okay, so let me write create, increase the font size, create table, and you can write a small letter or capital letter, it doesn't matter in SQL, like create in caps, capital letters, and this table is in small letters. Okay, so create table, because this is not case sensitive, so that's the reason you can write in capital or small letter. Create table, table name, let me give employee. We don't have employee, emp table is there, but I'm going to create employee table. So this is how you can create the table, create table employee, and inside that we have to define the different columns. Here you can see create table employee detail, and this is how you can define the different columns inside table. So I'm going to have employee ID, and data type I'm going to use int, and the next thing is what you are going to define the constraint. So I'm going to make it as primary key. So this is how you can define the primary key. There is another way, I'll show you that one as well. So this is how you can do that, employee ID, and I'm going to have one more column name, that is first name, and I'm going to define that as varchar. So this is data type, guys, varchar and 100. I'm not going to define any constraint for this first name column. Okay, anyway, varchar we'll discuss in detail later on in this video only. And I am going to have another column last name, and I'll give the limit as 100, varchar, like this. So this is how we can create the table, create table employee, where we have 3 columns, employee ID, first name and last name, and we have given some we have defined the size, like 100 characters it will take, because this employee ID is int type. Okay, and first name last name is char type. Now I'll execute this. So we have execute button over here, so just click on execute. Create table permission denied in, so I'll select the table test data from here. You can select test data from here, or you can write like this as well, that is also fine, test data dot employee. In SQL queries management studio, you can write like this as well, test data dot the database name dot table name. So if you have selected the database from here, so no need to write this test data dot. So let me execute this. Now commands completed successfully. Now I'll write query, I'll see the data, like what are the table, right? So employee, now you can see employee will be listed over here, so just select this. Now here you can see the structure of table is created, employee ID, first name, last name, though we don't have any records, but we can see the structure of the table, employee ID, first name, last name, all the columns we can see here over here. Now how to insert the values? For that we have another command, insert into. It inserts new data into database, and this belongs to DML commands. This will come under data manipulation language, under DML commands. So we have insert, update, delete inside this DML. So let me insert data into this table. So this is how we can insert into table name values. So insert table, what is table, what is the name of the table? Employee values. Now I'm going to provide employee ID, let's say 111, and we have first name, and single quotation we have to give because that is a string, so that's why we need to give in single quotation, and then we have Verma. Now let me execute this. What is that value? Acha, insert into, sorry, insert into employee. This is the command, guys, insert into employee values, right? So let me execute this. One row affected. Now we'll see the table. We'll execute this. You can see one record got added, 111 Hitendra and Verma. Now I'll add one more record, 222. I'll give name Harish and let it be Verma only. So let's execute this. One row affected. Now you can see couple of records got added in this table, 111 employee ID, and this the second record. Okay, so this is how you can add the values in table. Okay, so there is another way. I'll show you quickly. Like we have this recipe table, create table recipe. Let me show you this one. Better to add this new query, and so we have this recipe table where we have recipe ID and recipe name. This is how also you can write, you can create the table name, and this is the column name, data type, and not null. This is constraint. We'll talk about constraint in a while. We have this, the second column name, varchar 30 not null. Okay, this is the constraint, and this is how also you can, this is the way you can give the primary key. You can define the primary key as well. Whereas in the first table we have given employee ID, data type, and primary key. So this is also another way you can define the primary key, and this is the column name. So my recipe ID is the primary key and recipe name is unique. Okay, we'll see the difference between primary key and unique key as well. So let me execute this. One second, I have to select test data, execute. Commands added successfully. So our recipe table got executed. So let me have a look. Here you can see. Now we can see the structure of the table, recipe ID and recipe name. Now we are going to add the details, data into table. Insert into recipe. So we can add data in a table like this. This is another way, guys. So here you can see I have added one value at a time. Insert into employee values like this, and this is another way. So you can write, you can insert in this way multiple rows, and in a single command you can execute like this. Insert into table name. What are the columns and names we have? Recipe ID and recipe name, and these are the values. So we are going to add 3 rows in one command. So just select this and execute. Now just run this, select star from recipe. We can see 3 records got added over here. So this is the basic command we have. Select, you can see select, and if you see in my notes, so select comes under this data query language. SQL commands come under DQL are as follows. Select, what it does is select, it extracts data from a database, and we have seen insert into to add data into database. Create also we have seen, it creates a new database table index. So to create the database we have this create command. To create the table we have this create, and to create the index also we need to use this create command. Now let's talk about update and alter. What do you mean by this update and alter? So it updates data in a database, it modifies the database table. So alter is used to modify the database or table. Okay, whereas update command is used to update the data in the table. So let me update any data in our first table, employee table. So this is the query, this is how you need to write the update query, update table name which we are going to update. So we have employee table. Now we have to use keyword set. What is the column which we are going to modify, because update is used to modify the data in a table. Let me modify the name of the first name. So update employee set first name is equal to, I'm going to use Rahul, and then where we should give the where clause, otherwise it will update all the records. Okay, where employee ID is equal to 111. So it will update this Hitendra to Rahul. Let me execute this. One row affected. Now execute this, select star from employee Rahul Verma, Harish Verma. So this got updated, and this star is to retrieve all the data, all the columns from a table. Okay, so this is the basic command, guys. Select star from employee. So select to extract the data. Star means all the column. From is another keyword. From employee, from which table? Employee table. Okay, so this is basic command to retrieve the data from the table. Now we have alter. Just we can see an example of alter is the alter table statement is used to add, delete or modify columns in an existing table. And the alter table statement is also used to add and drop various constraints on an existing table. Okay, so this alter is used to add, delete or modify columns in existing table. So let me show you an example. Alter table name, add column name, data type. So I'm going to add one more column in this employee table. So how to do that? We have this alter table name employee, and add, we are going to add one more column, age and int. So this is the query which we can write to add the data into, add one more column in this employee table. So just execute this. Now let's query this, execute this query. So you can see one more column got added, age, but records are null because we haven't insert any record into this age column. Okay, so this is about update and alter. Now let's talk about truncate, delete and drop. So let's first look at the delete. Delete statement can be used for deleting the specific data. Okay, so we can specify, we can delete a particular data in a table, whereas truncate, what it does is, truncate can be used to delete the entire data of the table, and delete can also delete entire data of table, but it can be used for deleting the specific data as well. So this is the basic difference between truncate and delete. Table structure remain the same in case of truncate and delete as well. So let me use first delete for table employee where employee ID. #111. So I'm going to use, okay guys, so delete from employee table where employee ID is 111. So I'm going to delete this first record 111. Okay, so this is how you can specify, because I want to delete the specific record from this table. Okay, so this is how you can define. So let me execute this. So one row affected. So if you execute this query, now you can see only one record in the table, one row in the table. So this is how you can use delete command. And truncate, how to use truncate. Okay, so truncate table and table name. So this is truncate command. So it will delete the entire data from the table, though we have only one data. So let's have a look. Let's insert another data. Let's execute all these. Now let's say if we use, it will give an error. Why? Because I'll show you. Column name or number of specified values does not match table match. Supplied values does not match the table definition, because we have defined this as primary key, the employee ID. Okay, so here we can see the duplicate employee ID, so we have to change it to 444. Now we are going to insert 3 rows. Another error. Why? What is the problem? Let me execute this one. Acha, I think already we have this temp. Acha, 222 is already there, so I'll give 555. What is? Acha, we have age as well. 12. Oh, sorry. 30, 31. We have one more. We have added one more column later on as well. So now this is fine. Now let's take the same ID. So what it will display, will see. One row is affected, but the statement has been terminated. Violation of primary key. You can see the error. Violation of primary key constraint. Okay. So now when we run, because we have violated the this row is if affected, this row is getting added. You can see in the table. Let me see. Now here you can see 444, 555 added, but 1555 is added. Okay, here you can see this test one is added, but this is duplicated, this 555. So we have to change it to 666. Now let me try. It will be added successfully. Now we have 4 rows in this table. Okay, now we are going to use truncate table, truncate command, truncate table, employee table. So it will delete entire data of the table. Commands completed successfully. If you execute this query, now you don't see any records in this table, but structure is still there in the database. Okay, so this table will be still there in the database. Let me refresh over here. By using this query, you can see as well as you can see the employee table over here. Okay, so the table is still there. Now what we can see, another command is drop. It deletes the table index. So simply drop table name employee. So it will delete the entire table with structure as well. So it will delete the employee table from database. So if you refresh over here, you don't see that employee table over here. So these are the different commands, guys. Okay, now we'll talk about, we have seen all these. Now constraints in detail. So let's talk about constraints. I think we have constraints over here. SQL constraints. So what do you mean by constraints? So constraints are the rules enforced on data column on table. Okay, so these are the rules defined, okay, which we can define for columns. So here you can see in this recipe table, not null. Okay, so this is the rule we have defined for this recipe ID, for this column, particular columns, that it should not take null values. Another thing is, these are used to limit the type of data that can go into the table. What kind of data that will go into the table in that particular column, we can define that. This ensures the accuracy and reliability of the data in the database. constraints could be column level or table level. So we can define column level as well as table level. Column level constraints are applied only to one column, whereas table level constraints are applied to the whole table. So this is assignment for you guys. You can see the table level how we can define the constraints. Column level I'm going to show that, because here we have already used when we have created this recipe table. So these are the following constraints. So we have 7 types of constraints in SQL. So this is the first one, not null constraint, ensures that a column cannot have a null value. So we don't want null value inside this recipe ID for this column. Okay, inside this column we don't want null values, so we can define like this. For recipe name also we define like this, not null. So this is the example I have given over here. Default constraint provides a default value for a column when none is specified. If you don't specify any constraint, then it will take default. Okay, provide a default value for a column when a none is specified. Unique constraint ensures that all values in column are different. So here we have this unique constraint for recipe name. Okay, so in case if you are going to add, already we have created, right? So let me first delete that table, drop. Okay, let me first drop that table, drop table recipe. So command executed successfully. Now we don't have this recipe. Now I'm going to create this recipe table. Just execute this, completed successfully. Now what we are going to do is I'm going to add for this unique key, right? Primary key already we have seen. For unique key I'm going to add like this 4. So our primary key is different, 1 2 3 4, whereas this recipe name we have duplicated over here. Now let's see what would be the error. 1 second, something is wrong. Acha, like this. Let's execute this. Now you can see violation of unique key constraint. Earlier we have seen violation of primary key in the previous examples. Okay, now here you can see violation of unique key constraint. Okay, so the statement has been terminated. If you see this recipe table, how many records are added? So none of the records got added. So let's remove this and execute this, insert into recipe. What happened? Sure. Three rows affected. Now you can see 3 records being added. Now what is the next? So what is the difference between unique key and primary key? Okay, so the unique key constraint ensures that all the values in column are different. In primary key also the same thing. So what is the difference, right? So both the unique key and primary key constraints provide a guarantee that uniqueness of for a column or set of columns. A primary key constraint automatically has a unique constraints. We can say that unique key is the subset of primary key. However, you can have many unique key constraints per table, but only have one primary key constraint per table. So you can define in a table, you can define only one primary key, whereas you can define multiple unique key in single table. Multiple unique key for different columns in a single table you can define. So that is the basic difference between unique key and primary key. And unique key can have null values, single null value. Okay, the primary key column cannot have null value. So this is the second difference. Okay, and but unique key can have null value, but only one null value, because the second null value would be duplicated. So because unique keys have different records. Okay, so duplicate, it doesn't allow the duplicate, so you can have only one null key. While the unique key column can have one null value. Here you can see. Now let's talk about foreign key. Uniquely identify a rows records in any other database table. Okay, so a foreign key is a field or collection of fields in one table that refers to the primary key in another table. The table with the foreign key is called the child table, and the table with the primary is called the referenced or parent table. So here I have example, guys, for foreign key. Anyway, when we are going to talk about joins, we'll talk about this foreign key in detail, but I'll show you one example over here as well. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's click new query. Yeah, so here you can see this is one table, table 1. So this is how you can give the comments, and another way to give the comments in SQL is like this, and star like in Java as well, in Eclipse like this also you can give. So this is parent table, create table, employee detail is the parent table. And this project detail is the child table. Okay, so we have two tables, one is employee detail and another one is project detail. So in employee detail we have this employee ID, which is primary key, which is the primary, which we have defined as primary key, because one employee can have a single employee ID which cannot be duplicated, right? Okay, and here in this project detail we have employee ID column as well, because we want the relationship between these two tables, employee detail and project detail. So how to make the relationship? So we need to define, we need to create the same, we can have this employee ID over here. Okay, this employee ID column in this first table should have in child table as well, and here we have given like integer references employee detail. So we have given the references of the first table, which table it will refer, right? So employee ID, the data type of the employee ID, the references, we have given the references employee detail, which refers to the first table. So this is the foreign key for this table for project detail, which is present in child table. So this table is called child table, and this table where the primary key is present of employee ID is called employee detail. Okay, so yeah, this is the primary key, guys. So this is the foreign key. Okay, this employee ID. So let me go over the notes again. Yeah, so this is how you can understand the foreign key, and this can be duplicated. Foreign key in a table doesn't have to be unique in set table, so that can be duplicated, because employee ID can be duplicated in this project detail table, right? One employee can work in multiple projects, so that can be duplicated over here. But as it is primary key of another table, it must be unique in this table, but it should be unique in this table as well. Foreign key can be null or duplicate. Foreign key can be null value or duplicate. It can be duplicated or can have null values. So that is foreign key. Check constraints. So you can go about the check constraint. This is not very much important as of now. Check constraint ensure that all the values in column satisfy certain conditions. I have given an example as well. With alter command we can use this constraint, check constraint. Okay, and index is the seventh constraint we have used to create and retrieve data from the database very quickly. So indexing is used to retrieve the data from database very quickly. So we'll talk about indexing as well in detail when we talk about more about the database testing. Okay, I'll show you how to do indexing. Create index, index name. So this is the syntax to create the index. So this is all about constraints, guys. You can go through all the notes which I have over here about the commands as well. I have already posted, and yeah, let's have a look. Now let's talk about char and varchar, the data type char and varchar, the difference between char and varchar. Okay, so for that I have an example. Yeah, so we have one table called student, where this student table has two columns, name and gender. I'm going to create this student table, so let's create this. So create table, commands completed successfully. I'm going to add couple of records in that table. Now let's write this query from student. Now here you can see couple of records in this student table, Henry male and Mahi female. Okay, now we are going to see the difference between char and varchar. So we have one data length function. Okay, select data length, it will come data length from student. Okay, so here I am going to give gender the first, because this data length will take one argument. Here you can see the data length function requires one argument, so I'm going to give gender. So let's see what it will display. So here you can see 6 and 6. Okay, let's execute these two. So here you can see 6 and 6. The length of the gender is 6 and 6. Okay, so we have given some arguments over here. Varchar we have defined the range like 30, and char for char we have given as 6. Okay, so it will whatever we have defined for char, it will take that data in memory. Okay, the range of the char which we have defined will take the memory up to that bytes. Okay, 6 byte it will take. So here you can see 6 and 6 irrespective of what we have in gender column. Okay, so we have male and female. So male, if you see, that is only 4 characters, and female is 6 characters. Okay, so instead of 4 only, it will display, still it is displaying 6. For female it is 6, because it will take up to maximum whatever we define in the char data type. Okay, now we'll talk about this varchar. So instead of gender, I'll give simply name. Now we'll see what should be the output. The output should be, though we have defined 30, it will take up to 30 characters, but let's see what would be the output of this query. Now you can see 5 and 4. So it will count the number of characters over here, 5 here and 4 in the second row. So it will display 5 and 4. Now we'll see the theoretical stuff which I have given in the data type. So here you can see char is fixed length, okay, whereas varchar is variable length. So this is the basic difference between char and varchar. Maximum length of 8000 characters. For this one also maximum length of 8000 characters, but we have seen the difference. Like when we define the varchar, it will allocate the number of characters which we are going to use in our data, whereas in case of char it will take whatever we define. Okay, that up to that it will take the memory in the database. So char takes up 1 byte per character. So a char 100 field or variable takes up 100 bytes on disk. Here you can see, regardless of the string it holds. Varchar is a variable length string data type, so it holds only the character you assign to it. Varchar takes up to 1 byte per character plus 2 bytes to hold length information. So this length information will be there in the memory. Okay, so this is the difference between char and varchar. So I think we have covered everything, guys. So from the next video onwards we'll talk about these queries what we have: the SQL order by keyword, where clause, SQL like operator, wildcard, string questions, distinct keyword, minimum and max functions. So these are the different queries which we are going to take from the next video onwards, and I'll provide all the details of whatever we have discussed today, all the queries like how to create the table and how to insert values. I'll provide in my blog, and questions also I am going to provide, and when we write the query I'll put the answers as well. So you can refer this automationtestinginsider.com blog and you can refer all these notes. So thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe the channel. If you like this video then please share it. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. So in this particular video I'm going to talk about 3 websites where you can practice SQL queries. So if you navigate to my blog, that is www.automationtestinginsider.com, just navigate to this database testing tab, and here you will find all the notes which I am covering as part of our SQL series. So here you can see SQL part 1 database concept, part 2 data types, operators, constraints. Now I'm going to cover in the next video about part 3, create new table, alias and merge columns, and here I'll talk about those 3 websites where you can practice SQL. So guys, I have already created notes for third part which I'm going to cover in upcoming days, and we'll write the queries for answer for all these queries which I have written over here. And these are the websites: sqliteonline.com. so let me open. Another one is Tutorials Point and Rex Tester, the third one is, and these are very good websites where you can practice SQL. And as you all know that I'm using Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and if you don't have SQL Server, then what you can do is you can practice SQL using these websites. So this is the first one, sqliteonline.com, and there is a dummy application, dummy table already there, demo, and this is the result. There is a run button, guys. So if you click on run, it will execute your query. So let me try with new table. You can create new table as well. So I have already a query, this create table. Simply I copy and I'll put it over here. And what I'll do, I'll run this query. So this is how you can run. Now here you can see employee detail table is being added. Now simply what I'll do, I'll clear the editor and I'll write select star from employee detail. Here you can see automatically it will come. So this is very user friendly. So just run. Now here you can see the table. So you can practice all the queries over here, and this is very good website. And another one is tutorialspoint.com. so here also you can execute your query. The only difference here is, I'll show you. So we have this create command, create table, and when you create a new table, because we don't have any dummy table over here, so you need to create a table over here, and you don't need to delete this query, create table query, and we need to just click on execute. Now you'll see the result at right side. Yeah, So that means it is being executed successfully. Now don't delete this query, guys. And you need to write over here, select star from employee detail, and just select this and click on execute. It will give you the results like this. So you can see the results like this, where in SQL online, this SQLiteonline.com results are very in readable format. The table is in readable format, whereas in this website it is bit tricky, but I think this is also fine. So any of these you can use. And the next one is this rextester.com. So I think it is not working right now, but let me try if it is working or not. So just copy the create table query and run it. You can run it using f8 run code. Let's see whether it is working or not. And you have to select the language from here, SQL Server. Just hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 3, and let's have a look at the agenda for today. So today we are going to write 5 basic SQL queries, guys, and in that 5 basic SQL queries we are going to learn alias, uppercase and lowercase functions, upper and lower functions. I'll show you how to print the result name in separate string, and at last we'll talk about how to merge columns in 2 ways. One is with concate function and another way is without concate function. So let me show you what are the queries we have. So these are the questions we have, like write query to get all employee detail from employee detail table. Another is write query to get only first name column from employee detail table. Like that we have 5 queries today. So let's get started. So already I have this Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio open. So if you remember, in the last video we talked about how to create table, and in that video I have shown you that I have employee detail table already in my database, test data database. So here you can see test data database is already there, and if you navigate to tables, we have that employee detail table, employee detail and project detail. So today we'll work with this employee detail table. So just click on this new query. We need to connect again. So what is the first query? So write query to get all employee detail from employee detail table. So get all employee detail. Okay, we need to get all the columns from employee detail table. So how to get that? So just write, let me increase the font, select star from employee detail. So we have to select the database from here, employee detail. Okay, employee detail is my table, and simply we need to execute this query. So this will give you all the employee detail data. Okay, so this is not case sensitive, guys, SQL. So instead of select, you can use in uppercase as well. You can write in lowercase. Whatever keywords we have, you can write in lowercase as well as in uppercase or in uppercase. Okay, so like that. So this is very simple query. This is very simple select query. Select star from employee detail, where it will give results from employee detail table. Okay, employee detail table, all the results from employee detail table. Star means it will retrieve all the columns, right? So what is the next? Write query to get only first name column from employee detail table. So we have first name column here. So what I'll do, I'll write the second query. We have column name as first name from employee detail. You'll see in drop down employee detail. So just select that query and click on execute. So you can see first name Tom, Lucy, Frank, Jane, Robert. write a query to get only first name column from employee detail table. So this is also very basic query where we can get only one column from employee detail table. So this is second query, guys. Now talk about the next one. Write a query to get first name in uppercase as first name. Okay, so this question has two parts. Write a query to get the first name, we'll get the first name in uppercase. Okay, and the second part is we have to display that in different name like first name. The column name should be first name. Like here you can see the column name is first name. Okay, so how to do that? So let's write that. Write query to get first name in uppercase. So select, we have function. So like in any other languages like Java, JavaScript, .NET, we have functions in SQL as well. So we have function called upper. You can see in drop down it comes in suggestion, and it has, we have to provide the similar way in Java as well. In Java we used to call methods, here we used to call function. So these function has its own like naming convention here, the upper, right? So what it will do is it will simply convert normal string into uppercase. Okay, so what we'll do, we need first name, correct? We need first name to be in uppercase. So from employee detail table. So let me, what is giving error? Yeah, now it is fine. So here you can see upper first name, inside parenthesis we have to give the name of the column. So this will give me these results. So here you can see in the employee detail one, let me show you. So in this table, employee detail table, you can see the first name are in the first letter only in caps. Okay, the subsequent letters are in lowercase. So now with this query you can see Tom, Lucy, Frank, Jane and Robert are all are in uppercase. Now the second part of this case is we have to print that as first name. So how to print that? So what we'll do, we have alias in SQL. Okay, so here you can see what do you mean by alias. So aliases are often used to make column names more readable. So this is one kind of definition. Another way is alias means the second name, we can say. So here we'll give first name like this, and we cannot separate this like this. Okay, and we have to combine it from employee detail. So when we execute this query, so we have this first name, the column name as first name. So what is the benefit of having alias? Okay, so let's say if you have right now here in this particular table we have the column name as first name only, but in real time you'll see like first name something like that, or first name something like that. So in that case you can use this alias as is a keyword and then your alias name, the second name. So right now and there is a condition as well, so that should be printed as first name, right? There should be a space between first name, right? First and name. So how to do that? So generally we cannot do like this, okay, because this first is a keyword, it is showing it converts to blue color, so we cannot write like this. So what we'll do, we have a square bracket, we'll write in a square bracket like this, and we can separate it. So this will act as a single string only. Now we'll execute this query. Now here you can see the column name is first name, Tom, Lucy, Frank, Jane and Robert. Now let's talk about the fourth query. So write query to get first name in lowercase as first name. So simply what we'll do, we'll copy and paste it over here, and instead of upper we have another function lower. Here you can see it it is converted to in different color, right? This pink color. Now inside that we'll write first name, the column name. Now it will convert all the first name to lowercase, and result will be printed in this first name naming convention. Okay, so here you can see the column name, first name, all are in small letters. So now we are done with 4 queries. Let's talk about the last one. Write a query to query for combine first name and last name and display it as name. So the first part, okay, so write a query to combine first name and last name and display it as name. So let's have a look how to combine first name and last name. So we have a function called concat. Okay, so we talked about uppercase and lowercase functions. Print the result name in separate string. This is also we have seen just now, like how to print in a separate string. So this is a separate string, guys, and alias we have given the name. And let's talk about the last one as part of our 5th query. Merge 2 columns in 2 ways. Okay, so first let's have a look with concat function. Combine first name and last name and display it as name. So what we'll do, we'll write select, use concat function from employee detail. Employee detail, and this concat function has requires at least 2 arguments. Okay, here you can see function concat requires at least 2 arguments. So we'll provide first name like this, first name comma last name like this. Now let me just run this query. We'll see what it prints. So here you can see no column name. We combined first name and last name, Tom Garcia, Lucy Martin, Frank Clark, like this. But our question is write a query for combine first name and last name and display it as name. Also include white space between first name and last name. So there should be a space between first name and last name, and this should print in a column name. Okay, so this question has 2 parts. First we have to display in a name column, and the second part is also include white space between first name and last name. So this is how you can do. Now how to print the like how to separate first name and last name. So what we can do, simply we'll add a single quotation mark like this, and let's run this now. Now here you can see name column, the column has been named as name, and Tom Garcia, Lucy Martin, Frank Clark, you can see the space is between first name and last name. Now what we'll do, what is the second way? This is the first way, right? So simply we'll copy this query and put it over here. Now the second way is without concat function. So simply what we'll do, we'll remove this concat. First name will concat 2 strings, first name and column name. So how to do that? Simply we'll do like this. Okay, and we have to remove this parenthesis as well. Now let's see whether it works or not. Now here you can see the same results. Name of the column as name, and the space is between first name and last name, Tom Garcia, Lucy Martin, like this. So you can do in this way as well, and this is also fine with concat function and without concat function as well. Like we have just combined 2 strings with space with single quotation mark. Okay, and this plus sign we have concatenated 2 strings. So these are the 5 queries, guys, for today, and in the next video we'll talk about order by where clause, like operator, wildcard, etc. Okay, and you can find all these answers, like whatever queries we have written in my blog. If you just navigate to database testing, here you'll see all the notes related to database. So in the third part, I have already created a post. So simply I'll put, I think queries are already there, so I'll just provide the answers. So all the queries are there, so I need to just provide the answers whatever we have written today, and then you can refer that and just practice all these functions like uppercase, lowercase, concate. So whatever we have discussed, so these are just basic. Going forward we'll see some more complex queries as well. Okay, so thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day, and please, if you like this video, please share it and subscribe my channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 4, and let's have a look at the agenda for today. So this is the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about SQL order by and where clause, SQL like operator. We'll talk about SQL wildcards, and we'll see some problems and write SQL queries. So let's get started with order by. So the order by keyword is used to sort the result set in ascending or descending order. Okay, so let's say suppose we want salary from employee detail table. Okay, so we want the salary in ascending order. Ascending means from lower to higher. So we can use order by keyword. So the order by keyword sorts the record in ascending order by default. So I'll show you in couple of minutes like how to use this order by keyword. So my SQL Studio is already open, this SQL Server Management Studio, and this is the table we used in previous sessions guys. Employee detail table. In my test data database we have this employee detail, project detail, and some other tables. So this is the query, select star from employee detail. So here you can see I have added some more records here, like earlier we have 5-6 records, now I have added some more. So we have 12 records in this employee detail table. Now let me show you like what do you mean by order by. So suppose I want salary in ascending order. So how do you write the query? So select star from employee detail order by. So this is keyword, so that's why color has been changed. Order by salary. We have salary column, right? Salary, employee detail table, order by salary, like this. So we want ascending order, so you can put ASC, denotes ascending. Okay, so since order by the ascending order is default with order by, so this is optional. If you want you can put that, or otherwise you can leave like this as well. You can write like this. So let me try execute. Now here you can see the lowest salary is 40,000, here you can see, and the highest is 1,10,000. okay, so this is how you'll get order by. Now suppose you want descending order, so how do you write? DSC, simply at the end of the column name. So select star from employee detail order by, this is my keyword. We want order for sorting for this salary column, right? Order by salary, column name, and then ascending or descending. So let's have a look. So this is descending order from higher to lower. So here you can see 1,10,000 coming first. There are 3 records in 1,10,000 salary. Who is having 1,10,000 salary, and then 90,000, 78,000, like that, and the lowest is 40,000, right? So this is how you can use order by keyword to sort your result. And coming to where clause, so So what do you mean by this where clause? Okay, so the where clause is used to filter records. So where clause is used to filter your records. It is used to extract only those records that fulfill a specified condition. So let me show you. So this is our table employee detail. Now suppose I want the employee who has first name as I'll give some name. Okay, so how to write that? So how do we write? Select star from employee detail, where, so we are going to use where clause, where first name, the column name, right? Column name is equal to, will provide the value. So let's say first the first name is Tom. Okay, so here we put the specified condition, like the first name should be Tom. So this is how we can write the query. So if we execute this, we'll get the record like this: employee ID first one, and first name Tom, last name Garcia. This is how we get the record. Now let's say suppose I want some other details, like let's say we want James. So here we can write James like this. So this is how you get the record with where clause. SQL requires single quotes around text values. So this is text values, the first name, so that's why I have enclosed with single quotation. And however, numeric fields should not be enclosed in quotes. The following operators can be used in the where clauses. Okay, where clause. So we have equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, between, like, in, or not in. So let's have a look one by one. So equal to, how do you put equal to? So let's say we want the salary of the employee, we want the name of the employee whose salary is 60,000. So how do you get that? Select star from employee detail, where salary, the name of the column is salary, equal to 60,000. Simply we will put like this. If we execute, we'll get the record. Let's say we want greater than 60,000. So we'll put greater than, this greater than symbol. Okay, and we'll get the employees who has salary greater than 60,000. So it does not include 60,000, right? Now the next one is less than. Similarly, we'll put less than as well. If you put less than, so it will retrieve the result which is lesser than 60,000. So here you can see only we have one record, the name of the employee who has salary less than 60,000. Similarly, we can use greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So if you put here, if you put greater than or equal to, so in this case it will include 60,000 as well. So now let me execute. So here you can see it includes 60,000 in the result, right? You can see. So this is greater than or equal to. And similarly we have not equal to. So this is not equal to. So select star from employee detail, where salary not equal to, let's say salary not equal to 80,000. So it will bring all the results apart from 80,000. Okay, it will bring all the results. So I think none of them having salary 80,000. So it will bring, it shows all the records. So let's say 60,000. If I put like 60,000, so what will happen? Well, we'll see. So there should be 11 records because we have one employee who has salary equal to 60,000. So this is how we can use not equal to. And we have between, like as well. So how to use between? between keyword. So where salary between, here we'll use between. You can write in a small case as well, between, let's say 40,000 and we'll put and 60,000. Now in this it will include 40,000 as well as 60,000. So whatever salary which comes across 40,000, greater than 40,000, greater than or equal to 40,000, and less than or equal to 60,000. So let's have a look. So it will include both 40,000 and 60,000, and there is no salary between 40,000 and 60,000. So that's why it retrieves only two records, 40,000 and 60,000. So let me increase this to 80,000 now. So it will bring all these salaries between 40,000 to 80,000, inclusive of 40,000 and 80,000 as well. So this is how you can retrieve the records using between and we have like operator. So using like operator we are going to see in couple of minutes. Okay, let me talk about in, not in. So you can put salary, or let's say suppose you want employee ID. Okay, let's say you have too many records like 500 600 and you want few IDs. So how do you search? Where ID in, you want specific IDs, so you can put in this bracket the specified IDs. Let's say you want 3 6 8, you can where ID, sorry, employee ID, sorry, that column name is employee ID. So you can write query like this. So you want employee IDs 3 6 and 8, so you can write like this, employee ID in 3 6 and 8. Similarly not in, so you can put not in over here and you can retrieve the record like this. So these are the 1 2 4. So 3 is missed out here because we have put not in operator over here. So these are the different operators you can use with where clause. Now what is next? So SQL wildcards. So what do you mean by wildcards? So SQL wildcard, a wildcard character is used to substitute one or more character in a string. Okay, so let me explain. So suppose you want first name whose letter starts with R. Okay, so how do you write that? Okay, so for that we can use wildcards. Okay, so we'll see in examples as well. So wildcard character are used with like operator. The like operator is used in a where clause to search for a specified pattern in a column. The like operator is used in where clause to search for a specified pattern in a column. So let me give an example. Suppose you want first name of the employee whose letter starts with R. So how do you write? Select star from employee detail where first name, right, like, and single quotation. So now we use wildcards because the first name we know, like we want which starts with R, so we'll put R, and then we don't know like how many letters it has, right, the first name, so we simply will put this percentage sign over here. And if we run this query, it will retrieve the employees whose first name starts with R. So we have couple of whose name is Robert only. Okay, so we have two records with Robert only, with letter R, starts with letter R, because we don't have any other employee whose start letter starts with, whose name is starts with R. So let me give any other example. All are different letters now. So suppose you put A, let's see if we get any records. So we have every one record we have. So this is how you use wildcards in SQL. Now there are different wildcards and there are different definitions. Okay, so descriptions. Okay, so this percentage symbol represents 0 or more characters. So it will, here you can see it irrespective of how many letters it has, right? The name, the first name, because here we put A and then this percentage symbol. So it doesn't matter whether it is 2 characters or 4 characters or whatever. After this A, it will print all the results. Okay, it will retrieve all the results. Now we'll see the second one. This is the first one, represents 0 or more characters. So example, high percent finds Hitendra, HIT or high, right? 0 to 3 characters or 5 or 6 characters, like that. And then underscore represents a single character. So let me show you here. Like this, ERY. So this underscore represents single, so it will print this result, only this result. Why? Because this underscore represents single character. Okay, so here we don't know, so here you can print like this. Or what you can see, let's say if you know the first and last letter, so how do you write? 3 letters are missing, right? So you can write like this, 3 times this underscore, 1, 2 and 3, and simply you search, you execute this query, so you'll find this every only. And we have this bracket. This bracket represents any single character within the brackets, single characters within the brackets. So how do you write? Let's say if you write like this, and VER, and we have some other characters. Okay, so it will, sorry, it will not, it is not like that, because this bracket represents only single character. Okay, what is the name of that employee? Or I'll take Tom, or let's say Lucy. So I'll put L over here and C over here. Now it will print Lucy. We'll see. Once again we have to put some character over here. U is the character, right? And you can put any characters over here. Now it will search inside this bracket whether that character is present or not. Now here you can see that Lucy, it is retrieving that record, because in this bracket only it represents one character. Okay, so that character is present in this, inside this bracket, this U. Irrespective of others, it will print this one. Okay, it will pick this U only, so it will get the result Lucy. Yeah, like this. Now next we have this caret, represents any character not in the brackets. So what we'll do, not in the brackets means we'll put this mark, and I'll write over here. You can see the example over here, represent any character not in the bracket. So here you can see H, OA is there inside bracket, and we have this caret character, this special character finds HIT. but not hot or hat. So you see there is no characters, this letter I inside this bracket, right? But still it prints HIT, right? Finds heat. So let me show you with the help of example. Let's say instead of you will put any other characters, so it will print this result only. So if you put, that means not equal to, I mean this is negation operator. So if you put u, so it will not print that value, right? So instead of u, you can have any character, because inside this bracket it will pick only one character which is not equal to hj whatever we have written over here. So that's why it will print this Lucy record over here. Now we have this hyphen represents a range of characters. So suppose range of characters means we want this u, right? So p to z, so it will print this Lucy only. So here you can see, because that u present between p and z letter, and inside this we have written p hyphen z, because that u letter is present between p and z letter. If we write like a hyphen e, so it will not print Lucy. Here you can see, because that u letter is not present between this a and e. So this is about wildcards. Now let's have a look different problems, and we'll write the queries. So list the employees in ascending order of their salaries, so which we have already seen, but let me write, I think we have already written over here in ascending order. So ascending order simply will use select star from employee detail order by salary, because by default it will print in ascending order only. So here you can see 40,000, 60,000, 65,000, like this. From lower to higher is called ascending, and vice versa is descending order. List the details of employees in ascending order of the first name and descending order of department. So how do you write? So we can use order by for multiple columns as well. So in this example you can see we want first name in ascending order and descending order of department. So how do you write? Select star from employee detail order by first name, ascending order of first name. Okay, first name ascending order, comma department descending order. So we'll simply run this query. So it will print all the results in ascending order of the first name. So here you can say Avery, Evelyn, Frank, Jack, Jackson, at last Tom, Robert and Tom. So this is how you get the record of first name ascending order. Department descending. So here you can see, you can observe we have two Robert over here, the employees who has name Robert in their first name, right? Robert and Robert. Now it will search, it will sort based on department, because we have here we have given department, the second column as department. Since we got two names in our ascending first name, so now it will search for department. So we have HR and admin department. So this is, now you can see in descending order, H comes first before this admin, right? So HR and admin. So this is descending order from higher letter to lower letter. So what we'll do now, we'll put this as ascending as well. So we'll see admin first and then HR. Here you can see for Robert we have this admin and HR. So this is how you can sort multiple columns as well. Now we have select employees detail whose name is Jen. So this is a simple one. So let's write select star from employee detail where first name is Jane. Like this we can write. So here we got the record correctly. Now get all the employee detail from employee table whose first name starts with letter R. So how do we get whose first name starts with R? So just copy this, select star from employee detail where first name, and we use like operator, like starts with R. So R, and it could be 2 letters, 2 characters first name, okay, 2 characters long or 3 characters or 4 characters. So that's why we use percent symbol over here. So the first letter would be R, and then it could be anything after that. Okay, so let's see, it will print Robert and Robert Hansen and Robert Williams. Get all employees details from employee table whose first name contains A. So how do you write this? Whose first name contains A. So that means what? How do we write? Select star from employee detail where first name like. We use 2 ampersand, and in middle we put A because the number contains, right, the first name contains A. In our question what is given? Get all the employees detail from employee details from employee whose first name contains A. So it could be 0 over here, or it could be more than 0. It could be 0 over here after that, and more than 0 as well. So that's why we put %A%. So it could be, because A could be at first place or middle or at last place, so we can write like this. Now here you can see A is coming over here, A is there. In James we have A over here, like this. Now what is the next? Get all employee details from employee detail table whose first name end with M. So how do we write this? Similarly, like this we will write, and with M means at the end we'll write M, letter M. Now we'll search, we'll execute this query. So here you can see Tom is the only record. Get all employee details from employee detail table whose first name start with any single character between A and P. So how do you write this? Get all employee detail from employee detail table whose first name start with any single character between A and P. So we'll write like whose first name like A and P, right? So this we'll write like this, A and P and start. So this bracket will denote the first letter, single letter, right? So that will be between A and P. So we'll write A and P, and after that it could be 2, 3, 4 letters, it doesn't matter. So simply we'll put this percent sign at the end, and this will retrieve all the results which starts with between A and P. So L, F, J, J, E, M. We don't see T over here, Tom. So you can see 9 rows. There could be 3 records which doesn't start with a letter between A and P. So this is how you can write the queries of the problems which we have seen, different problems over here. And guys, in my blog you can see I have already posted some of the notes over here. So SQL order by, here you can see the fourth part. I have given some theoretical, some notes over here, and you can simply refer these queries as well. So I'll put the answers as well very soon. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day, and please like this video and share it, and subscribe my channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. So in continuation with previous video, today I picked some more string related problems and will solve using SQL. Okay, we'll write the SQL queries. So these are the different problems, guys. So let's get started with the first, and at last we'll talk about this distinct keyword as well. Okay, so let me pick the first problem. Get all employee detail from employee detail table whose first name not start with any single character between A and P. So if you remember, in the last time, in the last video we talked about, we have seen like how to retrieve the employees, the first name whose character between A and P. This time it should not start with A and P. So how to write? So this is our table employee detail. So these are the records. We have 12 records. So let me simply write the query for the first question. Select start from employee detail, where first name like, which should not start between A and P. So we know this represents a single character and it should not starts with A and P. So how to negate this? Because this, if you remember last time we have written like this, right? A and P, and then at the end we have written like percentage. So this will retrieve the employees which whose first name starts with between A and P. So this is what we have written. Now simply what we'll put, which does not start with A and P. So simply we'll put caret symbol over here like this. So this will give me 3 more results. We have total 12 records in employee detail, and out of 12, 9 records which starts with between A and P, and these are the 3 letters, 3 employees whose first name does not start with letter between A and P. Second question. So get all employee detail from employee detail table whose gender end with LE and contain 4 letters. So this is also very simple. Select start from employee detail where gender like. So from employee table whose gender end with LE contain 4 letters. So we know this underscore represents single character. So we can write like this: 1, 2 and LE, which ends with LE. So we'll write 2 underscore over here, and this LE ends with LE. So this will give me results. All the LE means male, right? Male or female, we have 2 genders. So here we'll get LE, which has 4 letters, right? MALE. What is the next? Get all employee detail from employee detail table whose first name starts with F and contain 5 letters. Whose first name starts with F and contain 5 letters. Simply will copy like this whose first name starts with F and contains 5 letters. So how do we write? First name like starts with F and contains 5 letters means we'll put 4 underscore 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this will give me the result. So here we have Frank, which is 5 letters first name, which starts with F. Get all employee detail from employee detail table whose first name containing this percent symbol. For example, in first name it contains like this ampersand, this percent symbol. The name should be like this. Okay, so we want those kind of names. So how do we write the query for this? So simply what we'll write, select star from employee detail where first name like in single quotation and this denotes single characters, right? And what we'll write inside that, we'll write percent, and it could be in the middle, it could be at the beginning. So what we'll write, we'll put 2 more ampersand here and at last 1 more. So we don't have this ampersand this percent contains in our first name, so this should give 0 results, but the answer of this question would be this. Okay, hope you understand this, because this bracket denotes single character. So inside that we put this percent symbol and before symbol and after symbol, because it may start with this percent symbol, or it may have some other characters in the beginning or maybe at the end. So we can write the query like this. And last, get all unique department from employee detail table. So for that we use distinct keyword. So how do you write? Select distinct and department and from employee detail, right? So we'll write like this. I think I have written some theory for this distinct keyword. So distinct keyword, to select distinct statement, the select distinct statement is used to return only distinct different values. The SQL distinct keyword is used to conjunction with select statement to eliminate all the duplicate records and fetching only unique records. So it will fetch only unique records from the particular column. So in this employee detail table we have, I'll show you here, we have different departments like IT, HR, admin, ICT. There are 4 departments. Here you can see it is repeatable: HR, ICT, IT, admin, IT, HR. So this is used to get the unique records. So select distinct keyword and name of the column afterwards. Select distinct department from employee detail. So let me execute this. So here you can see admin, HR, ICT and IT. And simply what you can do, you can count the these unique records as well, like how many unique records. So how do you count? Select count. Inside that we'll put this distinct department from employee detail. So this is simply, you can count number of unique records, 4. You can put alias as well, like unique department, unique number of unique department, like this. number of unique department 4. So this is how you can use distinct keyword. This count is to count the number of distinct departments from employee detail table. So this is all about today, guys, about distinct keyword. So we'll have some more queries in the next video. So if you like this video, then please like this video and share it, share among your friends, and please subscribe this channel. Thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 6, and today I picked some more questions for which we are going to write SQL queries. So these are the questions, guys. We have around 8 questions, so for which we are going to write queries. And if you remember, in part 4 we talked about SQL order by, where clause, SQL like, SQL wildcards, etc. So the part 5 and part 6 is the continuation of part 4, where I picked some more questions on where clause and SQL like operator. So these are the questions which I have picked today. So we are going to write queries for these questions. So let's get it started. So I'll copy all the questions and I'll go to my SQL server, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, which I have already opened over here. So simply I put it over here. Now we'll take the first question. I'll comment the question and I'll write the answer over here. And you remember we have a table, employee detail table, from which we are writing all the queries. So simply I'll write simple select query from employee detail, select star from employee detail, where we can see our table records. So we have 30 records in this table. Now let's talk about the first question. Select all employee detail with first name Tom and Lucy. So how do you write? Okay, so select star from, because we want all the records, right, all employee records. So that's why we have used star from employee detail, where first name, here it says first name. So we have column, corresponding column, first name. So that's why we have written first name, and we are going to use in operator, first name in Tom and Lucy. So in single quotation, because these are strings, so we'll use single quote like this, and Lucy. So this is how we can write first name in, if it is kind of like same name, only one name, so we can use equal to operator. And since we have two names, Tom and Lucy, so that's why we have used in operator. So if we run this query, we'll get the records for Tom and Lucy, employee 1 and 2, you can see all the records. Now let's talk about the second question. Select all employee detail with first name not Frank and Jane. So in the first question we talked about in operator, right? So we picked the records where Tom and Lucy are involved. Okay, first name using first name having Tom and Lucy. Now the second question is select all employee detail with first name not Frank and Jane. So we have to pick the records whose first name should not be Frank and Jane. So how to write? Select star from employee detail, where first name not in. So we are going to use not in operator, and we'll put Frank and Jane over there, Frank comma Jane. and if you execute this query, we'll get our records. So these are the 11 rows, guys. So since we have in employee detail we have 30 rows, so these two records got excluded. Who is having first name Frank and Jen. Now what is the next question? Select first name from employee detail table after removing white space from right side. So if you see in our employee detail table, we have one employee who is having white space in his name. Okay, you can see right side as well and left side as well. Right side you cannot see because we can drag this column. So but we have spaces, white space in both the sides, so we have to remove those, right? So in this question, what is the question? Select first name from employee detail table after removing white space from left side. So we have two functions over here. For this question we are going to use two functions. Okay, one second. Yeah, this question after removing white space from right side and left side, the next question. Okay, so let's write the query for this one. Select first name. Now here we have to pick only first name. In previous questions we have to get the records of all the employees, so that's why we have used star. Now here we just need to use only one column. So first name from employee detail table where we have to remove the white space. Okay, so how to use that? We have our trim function, and we'll write function like this, art trim. So we have to use, because we need to remove the white spaces from right side, so we'll use art trim and put the first name, because we want to remove from the first name only, right? From employee detail like this. So it will remove for all the employees the white spaces from the right side. And we can use alias as well, like if you want to give first name like this, and you have to give in a square bracket first name. So let me run this query. So if you see Alvin, so right space got removed. Now another question is we have to remove it from the left side. So for that we have L trim. So simply I'll copy the previous question query, and instead of alt trim I'm going to use L trim this time from the left side. Okay, so this will remove the white spaces from left side. So here you can see Alvin, now it is coming properly. And suppose you want this particular record, so what you can do, where employee ID, employee ID is equal to 13. So this is how you can give execute. So here comes Alvin. Now next question is select first name from employee detail table prefixed with hi. So how to write? Select first name from employee detail table. Okay, now we have to prefixed with hi. So how do we do that? We use this plus operator and then we'll put hi over here. Okay, and we put one space over here, white space after this hi. Now we'll execute this query. So here you will see hi Tom, hi Lucy, hi Frank, like this. So this is about this question. Now the next one is get employee details from employee detail table whose salary greater than 70,000. So how to write this query? Select star from employee detail where salary, right? We have one column in employee detail table. We have one column called salary. So salary should be greater than 70,000 as per the question. Table whose salary greater than 70,000. So salary greater than and 70,000. So we'll get all the employee details, detail of the employees whose salary is greater than 70,000. So here you can see 75,000, 80,000, 78,000, 1 lakh, 1 lakh 10,000, like this. And it does not include this 70,000 because it will only pick the records which is greater than 70,000. And the next question, get employee detail from employee detail table whose salary less than 70,000. So simply in this question we have to give less than operator. Okay, less than, and this will retrieve all the records of all the employees whose salary is less than 70,000, who is having salary less than 70,000. So here you can see 60,000, 65,000, 40,000, 66 and 45. So, and the next one is get employee detail from employee detail table whose salary between 5,000 then and 60,000. This is and between 50,000 and 60,000. So how do you get that? So select star from employee detail where salary between 50,000 and 60,000. So simply you put 50,000 and operator and 60,000, like this. So we have only one employee whose salary is 60,000. So in this between and it will pick the it includes the 60,000 as well. And if you have 50,000 salary, that will be also picked. Okay, so let's say we have I think 40,000 salary we have, so I think that this should pick 40,000 salary. So here you can see 40,000, 45,000 and 60,000. So it picked all the records between 40 and 60,000. So these are some more questions, guys. You can practice, and in the next video we'll talk about some more functions, aggregate functions, and some more queries we'll see. So thank you for watching, and please like and share this video and subscribe this channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. So this is SQL tutorial part 7, and let's have a look at the agenda for today. So today we are going to talk about SQL aggregate functions, explanation of each aggregate function with example. We'll talk about group by clause, and at last we'll practice 10 SQL queries using aggregate functions and group by clause. So there are 5 types of aggregate functions in SQL. We have count, sum, average, max and minimum. Okay, so these are the 5 types of aggregate functions. So let's talk about each one of them in detail. So what do you mean by aggregate function, first of all? Okay, so SQL aggregation function is used to perform the calculations on multiple rows of a single column of a table. It returns a single value. So let's have a look. So my SQL server management studio is already open over here, and if you remember, we performing all the queries on this employee detail table in previous sessions. So let me just execute this. So here you can see all the records in this table, employee detail table. So what it says, SQL aggregation function is used to perform the calculations on multiple rows of a single column of a table. So let's say here we have a salary column, right? So we are going to perform like sum of all the salaries, count of the number of rows in this employee detail table or salary column, okay, a maximum of salary or minimum of salary. So these are the different operations which we are going to perform on a single column, okay, but multiple rows, since it contains multiple values in each row. Each row contains some value, right? So we are going to perform values operations on different rows on a single column. So this is aggregate function. As we discussed, like we have count, sum, average, max and minimum. So let's talk about first the count function. Count function is used to count the number of rows in a database table. It can work on both numeric and non-numeric data types. So let's see like how it works. So basically, if you write like count star, returns total number of records. And let's say if you write like count in bracket salary, return number of null values over the column salary. Okay, so let's have a look. So select, we have count function, count, and in bracket from employee detail. So in bracket we'll put star. So what it will do, it will just count the number of rows in this employee detail table. So let me just execute this query. So you can see total, no column name, the 13. You can add alias like total columns like this, and if you execute this query, you will see total columns 13. Similarly, instead of count star, you can give any column name as well. And if you see the second example which I have given over here, count salary, return number of null values. So it will count only not null values, okay, non-null values. So if you see in this employee detail table salary column, so we have null value for this first name Tom, right, employee ID first. So here you see null value, so it won't count this null value. Apart from that, we have 30 rows, right? So total 30 rows, so it should give 12. So let's see, yeah, total columns 12. So it doesn't consider none values. It doesn't consider null values. Yeah, so the second one is sum. Sum function is used to calculate the sum of all selected columns. It works on numeric fields only. And the previous one, guys, count will work for numeric as well as non-numeric. So suppose I want this first name over here, so we can write first name like this and we can execute this query. So here also you will see 13 total columns 13, because there is no null values in first name. So this is how you get about sum. Sum function is used to calculate the sum of all selected columns. It works on numeric fields only. So let's say I want sum of salary, right? So how do you write? Select sum. So we have sum function, and inside that you need to provide the column name for which you want sum, right? So here we have salary column, numeric column, we have salary. So we'll calculate the sum of the salary. So we'll write select sum of salary as total salary from employee detail. So let's execute this. So total salary is 93,000, 9,39,000. Okay, so this is how you get total salary. Now what is next? we have average. Average function is used to calculate the average value of the numeric type. Average function returns the average of all non-null values. Okay, so select average salary from employee detail. So here we have, so it will calculate the average of salary, right? So average of salary as average salary from employee detail. So how do you calculate the average? The total number of total salary, sum of salary divided by number of records, number of salary, number of records, right? So in number of rows. So in salary column we have, and it won't consider the null value. This will also not consider null value. So we need to divide by 12. Sum of salary divided by 12 will give us average salary. So let's have a look first this average salary, average function. So select average of salary as average salary from employee detail. So this will give some value 78,250. Now we'll cross check this whether it is correct or not. So we'll give sum of salary divided by count, right? Count of which column? Salary column, correct? So let's execute this. So you can see the same value. So if you execute both these queries, you will see the same result, 78,250. Here also 78,250 is the average salary of all the employees in employee detail table. So what is next? We have max. Max function is used to find the maximum value of a certain column. This function determines the largest value of all selected value of a column. So suppose we want the maximum salary from employee detail table. Who is having the employee who is having maximum salary, okay, from this salary column. So how do you get that? So simply we'll write select max. So we have max function salary from employee detail, max of salary. So 1,10,000 is the maximum salary in employee detail table. So we can give alias or like max salary, and here we can give, yeah, like this. So we got the maximum salary from employee detail table. So similarly we have minimum as well. Minimum function is used to find the minimum value of a certain column. This function determines the smallest value of all selected values of a column. So instead of maximum, you put minimum over here like this. So this will give us minimum salary in employee detail table. So minimum salary is 40,000 and maximum is 1,10,000. Now let's talk about group by keyword, and then we'll move to write some queries. So I picked 10 queries, guys. We'll solve all those questions and write 10 SQL queries. But before that, let's have a look like what do you mean by group by keyword, group by clause. So the group by clause is SQL command that is used to group rows that have the same values. The group by clause is used to select a statement, used in the select statement. So I'll give you some example as well. So the group by statement is often used with aggregate functions, like it is often used with aggregate functions like count, max, min, sum, average. So in that 10 queries, I'll show you this example, like using count, max, min, minimum, and sum and average, to group the results set by one or more columns. So this is basic syntax of group by keyword. So we have select column 1, column 2 from table name, where condition, some conditions, and then group by particular column, and then order by. So this is the simple syntax of group by keyword. So basically what it does is, the group by clause is SQL statement that is used to group rows that have the same values. So let's see some example. Yeah, so these are the questions I have picked, 5 questions over here. These are very simple ones, and then we have some more advanced one. So let's get started with the queries. So we'll understand everything like group by also, and all the aggregate functions which we talked about. So get the highest salary from employee detail table. So already we have written the query for that one. So select max of salary as max salary from employee detail table. So that will give us the highest salary from employee detail table. Get the lowest salary, that is minimum, we have written over here. And then we have get how many employees exist in employee detail table. So how to count this, right? So how many employees exist in employee detail table? So simply we can write like select count of first name, let's say first name, from employee detail table. So this will give us, or we can give alias like total employees. Okay, so this will give us number of employees 13. Write the query to get the department and department wise total sum salary from employee detail table. So we need to get the query to get the department and department wise total salary, sum of salary. So how do you write? So here now we are going to use group by. So select, we need department and sum of salary, right? Department wise total sum salary. So we are going to use sum of salary, but we want department wise. Okay, so we'll see how we can write from employee detail. Now here we have to use group by. In case if you don't use group by, let's see what would be the result. Okay, so select, we have just written like select department and sum of salary from employee detail. So let's see. So guys, if you see, it throws an error like column employee detail department is invalid in the select list because it is not contained in either an aggregate function or the group by clause. So here we have written the aggregate function, but it does not contain this group by clause because we want the sum of salary, but we want department as well. Either you write like this will correct, or you have to write group by with some other column like department wise. So let's say if you write like this, what would be the result? Like total sum of salary is this one, right? But we want department wise. Okay, now what we are going to do, we have to write group by clause over here, group by department, so that it will group the result, the sum of salary department wise. We have different departments, like we have IT department, HR department, so that will count the sum of the salary, will sum the salaries of particular department. Like IT, let's say we have IT, let's say we have HR and HR over here, so it will count it will sum all the salaries of HR department. Now let's execute this query. Now here you can see department admin, HR, ICT, IT. Just give some alias over here. Total salary. And if you want to separate this, you have to put inside a square bracket like this. Yeah, total salary from employee detail like this. Now here you can see department admin, this is the total salary, HR, this is the salary, ICT and IT, we have corresponding total salary. So what is the next question? Write the query to get the department and department wise total sum salary. Like in the previous question, display it in ascending order according to salary. Now we are going to use order by. We are going to use order by keyword over here. Order by. What do you want? Display it in ascending order according to salary. So according to salary, so directly we cannot put salary over here because already we have this sum of salary. So what we'll put, either we'll put this alias name total salary, or we can put sum of salary as well. Anything is fine. So let's put this total salary over here like this. Now this will give in ascending order, because by default it will be ascending order will be there with order by, right? It will arrange in ascending order by default. So here you can see in ascending order 1,43,000, 2,10,000, 255 and 331. And suppose we want descending order. I think next question is related with the descending order. Write the query to get the department and department wise total salary displayed in descending order according to the salary. So this is how we get the descending order. You can see the lowest salary over here at last. Now next question is write the query to get the department total number of employees in each department, total sum salary with respect to the department from employee detail table. So now we want get the department total number of employees in each department. Yeah, now we want select department total number of employees in each department. So how do you write? Count will give first name, that will give us total number of employees. And what do you want? Total sum salary with respect to the department, sum of salary from employee detail group by department. Okay, so let's see what it prints. So here you can see, and you can see department number of employees. So we can give alias over here, number of employees, or in bracket you can give like this, so that you can separate it like this. Let's run this query. We have department, number of employees, and column name sum of salary, total salary. Total salary like this. Let's execute this. Now we got department admin, number of employees 3, total salary is 2,55,000. So this is how you get the record of result of this query. Answer of this question: write the query to get the department, total number of employee in each department, total sum of salary with respect to department from employee detail table. Now let's see the next question. Get department wise average salary from employee detail table, order by salary ascending order. Get department wise average salary. So average salary is simple, guys. So simply what you can do, I'm just doing copy paste over here. So we don't want the count of employees, we need just we want just average salary. So simply we'll put average over here, average of salary as average salary from employee detail, group by department. So we'll get the department wise average salary. Like admin department, this is the average salary, HR is 70,000, ICT is 71, and IT is 82,000. So this is how you get department wise average salary. Department wise average salary. Get department wise maximum salary from employee detail table, order by salary ascending order. Sorry, in the previous question we have order by salary ascending order as well. So group by and order by average salary or this average salary ascending order, right? So no need to put ASC, or you, if you want, you can put ASC, ascending order. So this will give us in ascending order from lower to higher. Get department wise maximum salary from employee detail table, order by salary ascending order. So department wise maximum salary. So simply we do copy paste over here, because similarly the next query will be similar. Just we need to put maximum over here, and rest of the things will be similar. So we'll see the maximum salary from employee detail table department wise. ICT we have 78 is the maximum, 78,000. So if you want to verify, you can verify from here as well. ICT department, what is the maximum salary? So we have this ICT 78,000. We have one ICT department, two. Another one is 65,000. So it picked this one 78,000. Here you can see 78,000. The another one is 65,000. So this is how you get. And what is the last query? Get department wise maximum salary, minimum salary from employee detail table, order by salary ascending. Just copy this and put it over here. Minimum salary, and rest of the things will be same only. So just select this. You'll see the minimum salary department wise. So 40,000 is the minimum from HR department. So if you want, you can check in employee detail table what is the minimum of HR department. So HR we have 1 lakh over here, so we can ignore that. We have 40,000 over here. So 2 HR people are there. So one is 40,000 and another one is 1 lakh. As 3 we have 1 lakh, and here we have 70,000 as well. So minimum is 40,000. So this is how you write the queries using aggregate functions and group by clause. Now in the next video we will talk about how to get the nth highest salary. Suppose you want the second highest salary, third highest salary from database table. Let's say we have more records, and you want to get like second or third or fourth, lowest or highest salary. We'll talk about that in next video, and that is very important interview question as well. So we'll talk about that in detail in the next video. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Please like and share this video, and please subscribe this channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 8, and today we are going to talk about an important topic, that is how to find the second highest salary from employee detail table. Second highest salary or third highest salary or nth highest salary. So this is an important interview question as well. So let's talk about the different ways. So there could be different ways to get the second highest salary, but in this tutorial I'm going to talk about 4 ways we can get the second highest salary. So this is the agenda. So we'll get the second highest salary using subquery with less than operator. In the next we'll talk about using subquery with not in operator. We can get the second highest salary using correlated subquery as well, and at last we'll talk about how we can get the second highest salary using top clause keyword. So my SQL Server Management Studio is already open here, and if you remember, we have used employee detail table earlier. So I'll use the same table over here as well. Select star from, let me just increase the font, from employee detail. I need to just select the database from here, test data, employee detail. So this is my table guys. So we have employee detail table, we have different fields over here: employee ID, first name, last name, salary, and here you can see salary column. We have different salaries as per different designated employees. We have 70,000, 75,000, 78, 1 lakh, 65,000, like that. So we'll get the second highest salary from this table, second highest or third highest. So let's talk about the first method, using subquery with less than operator. So let me just write the query, select, and I'm going to use max function, aggregate function, max of salary from employee detail, where I'll put where clause, where salary in, where salary less than, and inside this bracket I'll put salary, select max of salary from employee detail. So let's see whether it is working or not for the second highest salary. So we got 1 lakh. Okay, so if you want you can put alias over here, salary. You can give any name like second highest salary or anything. So let's see like what is the second highest salary, order by salary. So we have second highest salary is order by salary, descending order, right? So the highest salary is 1,10,000. This is same, and here we have 1 lakh. 1 lakh is the second highest salary. So you can see our query gives us 1 lakh. So how we got the second highest salary from this method? So we have selected, this is the outer query, and the query inside query is called subquery, and this is my subquery. So this query inside the this outer query, so this is subquery. So we have written like select max of salary from employee detail. So this will firstly the inner query will be executed. So we have the same over here, select max of salary from employee detail. So we'll get 1,10,000 first, and that will be in outer query you can see max of salary. Okay, so what is the less than 1,10,000? So the second would be 1 lakh. So that's why we put less than over here. Okay, so if you execute this, we will get 1 lakh salary. Similarly, suppose you want the third highest salary, so you can simply copy paste you can just do the nesting over here. Where salary and less than operator like this, and we have to put one more bracket over here. So this is the third highest salary. So if you see, third highest would be 90,000. If you see in the query, the third would be 90,000. First is 1,10,000, second is 1 lakh, and third would be 90,000. So this is how we can get the third highest salary. So suppose you want the fourth, so similarly you have to do the nesting one more time to get the fourth highest salary. So this is the first method using subquery with dot with less than operator. Now how we get the second highest salary using not in operator? So simply what we'll do, we'll copy this, and I'll use another window. And instead of this less than, I'll put not in operator, and this will give me second highest salary. So here we got 1 lakh, which is our second highest salary. Now this there is an assignment for you guys. Can we get the third highest salary using this not in operator? You can put your answer in comment box. Okay guys, so let's talk about the next method using correlated subquery. So let me first write the query and then I'll explain you. So select salary from employee detail, where, so for the second highest salary there would be one salary higher than the second highest, right? So we'll write similarly for the third highest salary, two salaries will be higher than the third highest. Okay, so for nth salary we'll give query like n-1, and we'll write subquery inside that. So select count, we are going to use count, one aggregate function which we have discussed in the last video. In previous sessions we have discussed count of distinct salary, because we want to get these salaries from unique salaries. Okay, from employee detail, where I'll put where clause, and we have to put alias over here, employee detail. This is for outer query A, and this is for inner query. A dot salary less than B dot salary. So this is my query, and instead of n I'll put second. Suppose you want second highest salary. Okay, so we'll put 2. So let's see if it works or not, if it is working or not. So we got 1 lakh, which is perfectly fine. Okay, so how it is working? So for each record by the outer query, inner query will be executed and will return how many record has a salary less than the current salary. Okay, so this will give you the number of it will give some numbers. Okay, count of salaries. So let me explain like basically how it works. So instead of putting 2 minus 1, what we'll do, we'll put simply 2 over here, and instead of just less than we'll put equal to. Now this will also give me 1 lakh. So let's execute this. So suppose you want third highest salary, we'll put it like this. We got now we got 2 salaries. Okay, so instead of we have to put distinct over here as well. Okay, now let me just execute. Now this is the third highest salary. So let me show you what is our third highest salary. So the first highest is 1,10,000, second is 1 lakh, third would be 9,000. So this is what we got from this query, correlated subquery. So what do you mean by correlated subquery? So here you can see this is outer query and this is inner query, but the value, the subquery which gets the value from outer query. Okay, we get some values from here, right, where 3 is equal to this. So this is my subquery which got the values from outer query. So this is called the correlated subquery. Okay, so let me show you how it works. Basically, suppose you want fourth highest salary, so we will get like this, 78,000. Now what I'll do, let me show you, because here we are comparing from the same table. You can see employee detail A, we have just put the alias over here, A and B. So it just compare, this is just the comparison between inner query and outer query. So select salary from employee detail. Salary you can put as P and as A. Order by salary, like this. Yeah, so let's say this just for an example, this is my table A and table B. Okay, so how it works basically, so suppose we want 2, so this will give me the second record. Okay, so how it will give you this 1 lakh, because this will compare with this query. So count will be 1, which is equal to A dot salary less than or equal to B dot salary. So 1,10,000 will compare with 1,10,000, so 1. And the second, as soon as we got the record as 2, so how will get record this, will get the second salary 1 lakh, which is equal to 1 lakh and less than 1,10,000. So we got the record as 2. So when our cursor comes over here, this record, it will be stopped, right? Similarly for the third, it will come to this point. For fourth, it will come to this point. Like that it is getting executed. For fifth one, it will stopped over here, like this. So this is how it will work. Let's say fifth, if you want fifth, so what is my fifth is 75,000. So let's have a look. Where is my fifth one? This is my fifth record. First, second, third, fourth and fifth is 75,000. So this is the third method. Now how do we get the record? Using top class keyword. Okay, so top class, another window, okay, where we'll see, I'll select the database as data. So what is basically top keyword? Okay, so it retrieves the data from the table, the top records, right? So select top, let's say suppose I want one from employee table, employee detail table. Okay, top one record, just execute this. Salary, sorry, I forgot to write the column name. Top one salary from employee detail, so that is null. How? Because it gives me the top value. Top value means which has employee ID 1. because that is the top record in this table. Okay, so the salary is null. So we can put order by over here, order by salary descending order. Okay, so now we can get 1,10,000, the top record. Okay, so this is how this top works. If we execute this one simply, so it will give me based on employee ID. Okay, employee ID column based on the primary key, which is the topmost record. If you can see, if you see in the table, let me show you. So this is my topmost record, so that's why we got from this query. If you put like order by salary descending order, so what would be my top most record? 1,10,000, the employee which has the highest salary, right? This one. So this is about top keyword. Now let me just write the query for the fourth method, right? How we can get the second highest salary. So simply what I'll write, select top three distinct salary from employee detail in top 3, like this. So we can get 3 records, right? Order by salary descending order. So here we can get the 3 salaries, 1,10,000, 1 lakh and 9,000. Now let's write to get the third highest. Okay, so select top 1 salary and we'll put into bracket this part as temp will store. This will act as a table for us, temp, where salary order by, simply will put order by salary. Okay, select top one salary from yeah, now this will work. Select top one salary from, so basically this will give me the 3 salaries. Okay, 3 highest salaries, 1,10,000, 1 lakh and 9,000, which is in descending order. Now we'll get the highest salary from these 3 salaries. So how do we get? Select top 1 salary from these salaries. Okay, from this this will act as my table. Okay, as temporary we have given the alias as temp, order by salary. You'll put ascending order, or this is not required. Okay, so simply let me just execute this query. So we'll get the 9,000, which is our third highest salary. So here you can see third highest. So suppose you want the second highest salary, you will get like this. This is optional, okay, because by default order by is ascending order, right? So here whatever you want you can put, like suppose you want the second highest salary, third highest salary, fourth highest salary, fifth highest salary. So we'll get the fifth highest salary like this. So these are the 4 ways, guys, to get the second highest salary or nth highest salary from employee detail table. So hope you like this video. Please like this video and share it, and I'll provide all these queries which we have discussed in this video in the description box of this video, and you can find all these queries in my blog as well, where I already put all the concept over here, like database and SQL concept. If you go to my blog, that is automationtestinginsider.com, just navigate to this database testing, and here you can see all the topics whatever we have covered in previous sessions. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 9, and today I'll show you how to find second lowest salary from employee detail table. Second lowest salary or third or nth lowest salary. And in the last video we talked about highest salaries, like how to get the second highest or third highest or nth highest. Now today I'll show you the lowest salaries. Okay, so I'll take you to my SQL Server Management Studio, and if you remember, like in part 8 we talked about 4 methods to get the highest salaries, like second highest or third highest or nth highest. So these are the different methods which we have used, like how to get using subquery, with less than operator, with not in operator, and we have used correlated subquery as well. And at last we talked about top keyword. Okay, so these are the different methods, 4 methods we have seen for highest salaries. Now using those queries I'll show you how we can get the lowest salaries, like second lowest or third lowest, whatever you want you can get from those queries. Just we need to make little bit of change in the query, and then you can get the lowest salary. So this is simple query, guys. Select staff from employee detail, order by salary descending. So suppose we want the salaries from higher to lower, we use order by keyword, order by salary descending. So if you want ascending, so by default it will be ascending order. When we use order by, so by default it will be ascending order, so we just use ascending order, right? So the lowest salary is 40,000. We have null for salary as null for one of the employees, and the lowest salary is 40,000, 45,000, 65. The first lowest is 40,000, and then second is 45,000, third is 65,000. So let's see like how we can get the lowest salary, the second lowest. Okay, so instead of highest I'll make it lowest, and then we used max function, right? So instead of max I'll use minimum, and here we have less than symbol, so we'll use greater than symbol. So these are the changes you need to make, just opposite of what we have written for highest. You need to just make it. So I'll explain you how we get. So this is for the second lowest. So what is the second lowest? 45,000. It won't consider null, so it will give me 45,000. So here you can see 45,000. So what we have done, so we have 2 queries, right? This is inner query and this is outer query. So inner query first, it will execute and it will get the lowest salary, which is 40,000. Now outer query will exclude that lowest salary, right? So which is 40,000. So when we exclude this, we'll get this as minimum one, right? 45,000. So that is what we got from this query. Now third highest, right? Third lowest. Suppose we want third lowest. So how do we do that? Just nesting of queries, right? So inside that we have one more query, like we have seen how to get the third highest. So we have inserted one more query, subquery inside the other query. So similarly for lowest also, and we need to just make the changes like max to min, as we have done for the previous query, and less than, instead of less than we use greater than. Now this will give me third lowest salary. So here we got for 65,000, because sometimes interviewer might ask you at the time of any interview, like any testing interview, like get the lowest salary or highest salary. So you should know like how to write the query. Okay, so you should know the logic as well. And let's talk about the method 2. So similarly we need to just change here minimum, and we will get minimum here as well. So this will give me second lowest salary, which is 45,000. Now let's talk about method 3 which is more convenient and very useful. So this is what we have used for highest salary. Now we want second lowest, right? So what we'll do, second distinct salary from employee detail A, where 2, we want second, so we'll put 2 only. And instead of less than or equal to, just we need to make changes over here, just reverse of it, greater than or equal to. Now this will give me second lowest salary, which is 45,000. Now we want third lowest. We'll get the third lowest, which is 65,000. Suppose we want the first one, so you need to just make change here and you'll get 40,000. Suppose you want fourth one, you will get the fourth lowest salary, 66. So let me show you here. So fourth one should be 66. So this is what we can get. Now the last one is this one. Now there is a difference here when we talk about null and non-null values. Okay, so if you see the previous methods, we didn't consider the null values. For this query it will consider the null value, okay, because we are going to use here top keyword. So what is the change we need to make over here? Just reverse, like first inside this query we'll get the top 2 salaries. So let's say, suppose you want the third lowest, so select distinct top 3 salaries from employee detail order by salary, and we want ascending order. Earlier for highest we want descending order, so this will give us 3 salaries, so it will consider the null values as well. Okay, so this is the from lower to higher, so this is in ascending order. Now from these 3 salaries we want the top one, which is lowest, okay, like third lowest, so we'll get 45,000, like order by salary and descending. We'll keep this as descending. From this list we want the descending order and top one from the descending order, so it will pick this 45,000. So this is how we'll get like that. And suppose you want the first lowest, so it will print null value, because the topmost salary is null, right? For employee 1 we have null value, so that is the reason we got null. For if you want second, we have already seen third. I think third we have seen second. Let's see the second one. Second should print 40,000, 45, 65, like that. Second should be 40,000. Suppose you want third, so it should print 45,000. Fourth, it should print 65. So this is what we can make the changes to our query, what we have seen for highest salaries, and we can get the lowest salary. So this is all about today's, guys, and yeah, please subscribe this channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. So in the next part we'll talk about probably we'll see the date functions, date related functions, or probably we can see case switch case statement in SQL. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 10, and today we are going to talk about what is SQL having clause, and I'll show you with the help of example some problems, and we'll write the SQL queries using SQL having clause. So let's first understand like what is SQL having clause. So the having clause was added to SQL because where keyword cannot be used with aggregate functions. So you know that what is where clause, and that is used to filter out the records. So in the similar way we use having keyword, having clause with aggregate functions which we have already discussed earlier, like max, min, count, etc. Okay, in other words, having clause SQL specifies that an SQL statement must only return rows where aggregate values meet the specified conditions. which I talked about. And after the aggregating the operation, having is applied, filtering out the rows that don't match the specified conditions. Why we cannot use where with aggregate functions? Okay, we cannot use the where clause with aggregate functions because it works for filtering individual rows. In contrast, having can works with aggregate functions because it is used to filter groups. So if you remember, we used group by keyword with aggregate function, right? And to filter out the records, we use having keyword with aggregate function. You'll see the in a while with the help of example. I'll show you few. I have few problems for which we are going to write the SQL queries. Now let's talk about syntax. So this is the basic syntax for using to use having keyword. Okay, so we have select columns, different columns from table name, where condition, and this where applies to this applied with the select statement only, this where clause. And after that we have used group by column names. We can use multiple columns with group by, and then this is the specified condition with group by having, and here we cannot use where keyword. So we have group by and then having condition specified the condition, and at last we can use order by. If we want to sort our records, then we can use order by keyword. So let's go to our SQL Server Management Studio, and so these are the problems, guys. These are the different questions. So write down the query to fetch the number of employees in each department. Only include departments with more than 2 employees. So similar way we have 4 questions over here. So let's take out the first question and write the SQL queries. And if you remember, we have employee detail table and project detail. We have 2 tables, and these are the different problems, and we are going to solve with SQL having keyword or SQL having clause. Okay, so write down the query to fetch the number of employees in each department. So we want number of employees in each department. So department here is a group. So let me explain with the help of Paint. Okay, so we have department as a group, right? And we want number of employees. So this is department, and here we have, let's say we have different employees, E1, E2, or let's say E3. Okay, and we want the count department. Write down the query to fetch the number of employees in each department. So let's say this is HR department. So let me show you the table, guys. So we have select star from employee detail. We have to select the database from here, employee detail. So this is my table. So we want number of employees in each department. Okay, so here we have department IT, HR, admin, ICT. So let's say we have this IT department. So how many employees are there in IT department? So let's here we have Tom and Evelyn, and another one we have Jack. So 3, and one more is Alvin. So 4 employees that belongs to IT department. Okay, so let's say this is HR. So we want the count. Let's say these 3 employees belongs to one group, HR group. So the count would be 3 over here. So this is what we want, group by department, right? So how to write the query? Select star from employee detail. First let's write the simple this select query, and then what do you want? Write down the query to fetch the number of employees. So we are going to use, we want to count the number of employees. So what we are going to use? We use count function, right? And inside this we are going to use employee ID. Fetch the number of employees as number of employees. And the second thing is we want department. Let's first write department, and then like this we can write department, because we want the result in this way. We want like this. We have two columns, and yeah, here we have department, and we want number of employees. This is what we want, department and number of employees. So this is what we are going to write. Select department, count employee ID as number of employees from employee detail, and then group by department, and we are going to use having keyword. Having, we want to specify the condition, right? Only include department is more than 2 employees. Having count of employee ID greater than 2. What is the problem here? Select department, count of employee ID as employee. Achha, we have written comma over here. Now it is fine. So this is the query, guys. Select department, count employee ID, okay, count of employee ID as number of employees from employee detail, group by department, having count employee ID greater than 2. So this will give us the results. Now here you can see admin we have 3, HR 5, IT 5. So you can see in this table we have 5 employees which in IT departments. So this is how we can see 1. Here we have 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this is how you can get the records. You can filter out the records where we have used group by as well as having keyword. Now let's say suppose you want order by as well. Okay, this result you want in some order, okay, ascending or descending. Here we have ascending order. Now we want descending order. So how do you do that? So we'll use order by number of employees, right? This number of employees descending. This is how you get. Here you can see 5, 3, 3. If you don't use descending, then by default it will take ascending order. Or you can use like this as well. Either use this alias or use count of employee ID in this way. Let's say suppose you'll write like employee ID only. So it will give an error because we have used group by keyword for here you can see the column employee detail employee ID is invalid in order by clause because it is not contained in either an aggregate function or the group by clause. So we want number of employees, right? The count of employee ID. So that's why we have to use like this. So this is let's say suppose you want more than 3, so you'll just put the condition over here. So you'll see only one record because we have a single department IT where the number of employees are 5. Now let's talk about the second question. Write down the query to fetch project name assigned to more than one employee. So how do you write this? Now we want project name assigned to more than one employee. So for this we have another table called project detail. So we'll write simple query project detail. Select staff from project detail. So here you can see, so this is another table, guys. We have project ID, employee ID, and project name. So these are the different employee IDs, and we have project name. So what do you want here? Query to fetch the project name assign more than one employee. So how do you write this? Select project name. We want project name, right? Project name and count of number of employees, right? Number of employees, or you can write employee ID as well. Instead of star, you can write employee ID or S. So this is another way you can write in this way. From project detail, and here you have to use group by. Here we want as group by as project name, right? Group by project name having, what is the condition? Having count of employee ID, right? Or star greater than 1. This is how you can write. So number of employees, so no need to put as well, you can simply write like this as well. So let's see, we have project name ABC where 2 employees are there. We have DDC project, 2 employees, GHI, 2 employees. So here you can see employee ID 1, sorry, DDC, we have 1 employee over here, and DDC we have another employee. So 2 employees belongs to DDC project, ABC project, and GHI. You can give condition as per your requirement, like greater than or greater than equal to 1 or 2, whatever you want, you can specify the condition. Now let's talk about the third different query. So what it says, write down the query to fetch employee name, first name assigned to more than one project. Now here we need both the tables. Okay, we want the records from project detail and employee detail. Write down the query to fetch employee name. So we'll get the employee name from employee detail table, either first name, yeah, here we have given the first name, it is given in the query question, first name. We want to get the first name from employee detail, we have to get, and then which assigned more than one project, which is assigned with more than one project. So project name we get from this project detail table. So how to get this, right? How to get the answer of this question? So we'll write select star from employee detail first, okay, and we'll use alias ed. So what are the things we want? Okay, we want employee name, okay, first name from employee detail ed. So here we have given alias. Now we want to join 2 tables, right? Because we have different records in these both the tables as per our query, as per our question. So that's the reason we have to join 2 tables. So anyway, join related queries and joining, where I'll explain in upcoming videos. Okay, so let's see like how we can join these 2 tables. For quickly we can understand right now, and then I'll explain that in upcoming videos when we discuss about join in detail. Okay, first name, inner join. What is another table? We have project detail from employee id and project detail pd. Okay, on. This is how we write join. Okay, because we have to specify the condition, what is the common between these two tables which we can connect these two tables, right, which we can join these two tables. So what is the common? Because this is employee ID, here we have primary key in this project detail table, and here we have employee ID over here as well. So this is the common between these two tables. So that's how we can connect, we can relate these two tables, right? On ed dot employee why it is not taking, select first name from ed inner join, sorry, inner join project detail ed dot employee id is equal to pd dot employee id. Now we have to specify the condition. Okay, group by keyword, group by, we want first name, correct? Because fetch employee names first name, assign more than one project, number of project we want, and group by, with group by first name, group by employee name, first name having count of employees or count of star greater than 1. This is simply we can write, and we want ed dot first name and pd dot, and this will give us number of project. Okay, so this is what we get, the answer of this query. Now let's talk about the last query, guys. What is this query? Write down the query to fetch if employee Frank or Tom have assigned with more than 2 projects. So how do we write this? Okay, so we use this query only. So this is the example of the syntax we have seen. We have to use where clause. Okay, so how to do that? Before group by. Okay, so I'll use the same query and I'll put it over here, and what I'll do, we need to just make some changes over here. So where ed dot one second, ed dot first name is equal to Frank, and or ed dot first name is equal to Tom. This is how we can write. Once again, we have to write this after this on condition, after on. Okay, so this will give, write down the query to fetch if employees Frank or Tom have assigned more than 2 projects. So this will give the same result which we have seen earlier. Okay, only thing is that we have used here where condition. Let's say if we change this where having clause to 2, so this will give only one result, Tom, like this. So these are the different problems, guys, and we have written the queries using having keyword. So I'll put this on my blog automationtestinginsider.com, the queries, so you can refer all these queries. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 11, and today we are going to explore different SQL date functions and different date formats. So let's get started. So what are the different SQL date functions and formats are there? Okay, so in this particular video we will explore various SQL functions and convert date formats to use in writing SQL queries. So we have different date functions, like we have sys date time, to get the current date time of the system. We have get UTC date to get the coordinated universal time. We have get date again. This is another way to get the current date system time. And we have date diff to get the difference between two dates. We can use this date diff function. And we have this date part. So suppose you want some part of dates, so you can use this date part function. Let's say suppose you want year part or month part or day part, so you can get it from this function. SQL convert date formats. So we can use the SQL convert function in SQL server to format date time in various formats. So suppose you want date in particular format. Suppose date is in YYYMMDD format, and you want to convert this into DDMMYYY. So you can use this convert function to get the your desired date format. Okay, so the syntax for SQL convert function is as follows. So this is the syntax to get to use this convert function. So here we have convert, data type, length of that data type, and date which we want to convert into particular format, and date format code. So we have different date format code, guys. So today I'll show you some of the date format code we will explore while writing SQL queries. And at the end of this video I'll show you a website where different date formats are available, and you can explore different date formats. So this is nothing but the explanation of the different arguments we have: data type, date format code, which we just talked about. So let's get started to explore SQL queries, guys. So let me take you to my SQL Server Management Studio, where we have different questions. So we have around 12 or 13 rather. So this is our table, employee detail table, and here we have this joining date. So this is in YYYMMDD format. Okay, so let's write some SQL queries using this joining date. Okay, so what is the first question? So show joining date in DDMMYYY format. Example 15 March 2020. So suppose we want the date in this format. So here you can see joining date is in different format, and you want in this format. So how to write the SQL queries for this? So select star from, let's write in caps, employee detail. So we have, as we have discussed, we have this convert function, convert, and then we have, right, we want this DDMMYYY format. Okay, so for that we have discussed this function, right, convert function. So we have data type we want in this varchar type, varchar type data type we want, and we want what is the date which we want to convert. So that is date we need to mention in the second argument. So we have this joining date, and at last we have to put the date format code. So to get this date format we have one code 106. You don't need to remember this. When you do a lot of practice you can remember some of the codes, but at the end of this video I'll show you that website where you can explore more about date format code. So let me just execute this query. So here you can see 10 November 2008, 09 November 2009, 24 Jan 2012. So this is how we got the results, right, in this format. And you can do in this way as well. You can use alias date, like that you can do. So what is the second one? Or write like result date format. we'll get column name like result date format. Now let me just copy for the second question, because we have the second question show joining date in YYY format. So what we need to do here, we have to just change this code. So for this format we have this 111. So here we got the result 2018 2008 11 10. So in this format, similarly we can get for this show only time part of joining date. So we want in this format. So I'm not sure about this one. Let's see. Well, let's try. I think we have this 108 error converting data type date to varchar. Why it is showing like this? So I think we have 114. It's not valid. I think it should be 108 only. So let it keep this question as it is. I'll confirm this later on. So the next question is get only year part of joining date. So to get the some part of date, what we have date part function. So simply we'll write select star from employee detail, and we have date part, right? Date part function, and this we want some part of dates. So suppose you want year part, so you need to just put YYY and joining date, which from which you want some part of date. So this will give me year. So here you can see 2008 2009, and you can give alias like this. So here you can get 2008 2009 2012 17 like this. Now get only month part of joining date. So how to get this? So for that, instead of this YYY you can put year as well, like this. So this will also give me the same result. And here we have get month part of joining date. So either you can put month over here, or you can put double M. Anything is fine. So here you can see the sum part of like month part of dates. Okay, now get only day part of joining date. So here you can put DD. You have to put DD and you'll get the day part. So 10 9 24 28 like you can get. So how to get the system date? So we have couple of functions which we talked about. We have this get date and sys date time. So simply we can write select sys date time. So this will give me current date, so 7/7/2021, and we have another function that is get date. This will also give me the same result. Only thing is difference is I think it will give more digits in milliseconds. Here we have only 3 digits. So how to get UTC date, the 8th question. So for that we discussed this get UTC date. So simply write select get UTC date. So this will give the UTC date time. Get the first name, the 9th question, get the first name, current date, joining date, and difference between current date and joining date in months. So for that we have date diff function. So how to use that? So let's write SQL queries, query for that. Employee detail. So we want, what are the columns we want? First name. So simply you write first name, comma, current date. So how to get we have two functions, right? So any of them you can use, system date or get date. So let's use this get date. So we can get current date, and we use this alias to write some meaningful name. Get date, current time, current date. Suppose you want a space between these two strings, so you need to just put this square bracket like this. And what do you want? Joining date, and then joining date also, right? So we want joining date, and then we want difference between current date and joining date. So we have date, we need column comma over here, and we have date div function, and inside that difference between current date and joining date in months. So current date is this get date, we'll put it over here. What are the different it requires 3 arguments, so we need one more argument in months, right? So we need in months, and difference between get date and the second date, the first date and the second date. The first date is get date, and the second date is joining date. We can as total months. Okay, so this is how we can write the SQL query for this. So let's see. So here you can see we need to just write reverse joining date, and then we have to write this date, so that will get the exact difference, like difference between joining date and get date, the current date. Okay, so this is how we got the first name, current date, joining date, and total months, the difference in total months in months, right? So this is how we got it. Okay, the next question, get the first name, current date, joining date, and difference between current date and joining date in days. So we can use the same query, and only thing is that we have to put dd over here in days, so we can get the difference in days. So, and we have to just total days, we have to just write like this, total days. So here we got total, the difference in total days. What is the next question? We have get all employee details from employee detail table whose joining year is 2008. So how to write the query for this? So we want on you can see in this employee detail table we have in this format. So we can we have to use date part function for that question, and we have to extract this 2008. So how to do that? Select star from employee detail. So here we have to use get all employee details from employee detail table. So select star from employee detail table where, right, where date part, and how many arguments it will take? 2 arguments, right? So we want year of joining date is equal to, we have to put where clause because we have to specify a particular condition, like year should be 2008, so 2008. So let's see whether it works or not, it is getting the correct result or not. So here we got this joining date as so we have only one record whose joining date is in 2008 year, in year 2008. So let me just check quickly. So here we have 2008 for Tom, and I think we don't have any other year, any other joining date, joining year of 2008, right? So this is how you can write the SQL query for this question. And the 12th one is get all employee details from employee detail table whose joining month is Jan, right? So how to get this? So which one is Jan? We have this one, Frank, Jane and Robert. So what you'll do, simply you can use the previous query, and we need to just make some changes over here. For months, and 1 denotes month, January. So here you can see 1 1 1 and 1, right, all in January. So we have Frank, Jane, Robert, and another Robert is there, Robert Williams. So this is the answer of this question. And last one is get all employee details from employee detail table whose joining date between 2008 and 2010, between these dates. So how to write the query for this? So select star from employee detail where joining date, right, where joining date between, we can use between, simply we will put this date because this is in the same format, so we can use this between this and what is the next date, this one, like this. So let's see if it is working or not. So here we got the result. The joining date between 2008 11 to 2010, so 2008 9 9 10 9. So you can see. So this is how you can write the SQL query for this question. Okay, so these are the different SQL queries, guys. You can practice some more queries as well, and we have this website. I'll put the link in the description box of this video. So SQL convert date functions and formats. So here you can see different formats. Let me show you. So SQL convert date formats we have. So this is the, okay, and here you'll see we have one, okay, date time format in MMDDYY. So we have one code, one for that, system date code, okay, date code. And we have if you want in this format YYMMDD, so we have 2 3 4. So these are the different formats, date formats we have. Suppose you want in DD DD-MMYY, so 5, right? So in our query, let me just change it. What is that? 5th one. So you can get in this format, DD-MMYY. Yeah, so this is very good website. You can just explore different date formats. And guys, if you navigate to my blog, that is automationtestinginsider.com, just navigate to this database testing, and all the notes queries are I'm putting over here. So you can just refer all the queries and different notes. And suppose you want different sections, we have here Selenium tutorial, automation tools, Java questions, Selenium questions, etc. are available over here. So just follow this blog as well, guys. From here you can follow this blog. So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Please like and share this video, and please subscribe this channel to get the notification, and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 12, and today we are going to talk about an important topic, that is SQL joins. So this is very important topic in SQL, and in interview also it's very important, because interviewer definitely ask the question based on SQL joins. Interviewer is used to write the queries based on SQL joins most of the times. So this is very important topic. So today we'll talk about the theoretical stuff, like what is SQL join, what are the different types of SQL joins, Okay, syntax of SQL join. We'll talk about primary key and foreign key, and I'll show you with the help of example as well. And I'll write a simple SQL join today, and from the next video onwards we'll talk about different types of joins in detail. So let's get it started. What is SQL join? So as a SQL join statement is used to combine data or rows from two or more tables based on a common field between them. So the name itself says itself join, right? So joining of two or more tables to get the data from two or more tables. Generally we used to combine two tables, sometimes three tables, okay, but you can join more than two tables, okay, 2, 3, 4, whatever you want. So SQL join statement is used to combine data or rows from two or more tables based on a common field between them. So how do we make the relationship between two tables? So we should have a common field between them. That's how we can combine them. So we'll talk about primary key and foreign key in the later part of this video. Okay, so these are the other definitions. Like we have a join clause is used to combine rows from two or more tables based on a related column between them. And these two other definition, you can just go through it. And what are the different types of SQL joins we have right in SQL? So we have 6 types. SQL inner join, and this is also called simple join. If you write like simple join, that means inner join only. We have SQL left outer join, we have SQL right outer join, that is also called right join, also a left join to this left outer join. And we have SQL full outer join, this is also called full join. And we have self join, and we have cross join or Cartesian join. So we'll talk about them in detail, guys, from the next video onwards. We'll start with SQL join in the next video. Okay, so today just basic about the SQL joins, like what is SQL joins and what are the different types of SQL joins we have. And the next is SQL join syntax. So this is basic syntax of SQL join. This is how we used to combine two tables. We used to write join query. So select a dot table 1 column 1 from table 1, comma table 1 column 2 from table 2. A is the alias, and comma b dot table 2 column 1 from table 2 from table 1 A. So this is alias and this is table 1, right? Table 1 A. Join. Here we used to write the particular join. So in this case this is inner join or simple join. Or if you want left outer join, so you need to just write left join over here. Join table 2 B. So this is another table. On A dot table 1 column 1 is equal to B dot table 2 column 2. So column 1 from table 1 and column 2 from table 2 is the common between these two tables, table 1 and table 2. And if you want to join two or more tables, then simply you need to write another condition after this on. Like here you can write inner join or whatever join you want. Again table 1 inner join table 3, like this. And then you have to put again on condition, okay, to make the relationship between with the third table. And you can put where condition, specific conditions. If you have where clause, you can put over here, and you can put order by keyword as well to order in a specific column order. And then you can put group by clause as well. Okay, so in subsequent videos in coming days we will understand different ways to write SQL joins. Okay, so yeah, now let's talk about primary key and foreign key, because to make the relationship between two tables we need primary key and foreign key. Basically primary key is used to foreign key is used to make the relationship between two tables. So what is primary key? and I think I have already covered this. If you go to my blog automationtestinginsider.com, just navigate to this database testing. So here we have SQL part 2, data types, operators and constraints. So here I have covered about different types of constraints, so you can go through about primary key and foreign key. So let's understand like what is primary key. Uniquely identified each rows records in a database table, that is called primary key. I'll show you in my table in a couple of minutes. Okay. And foreign key, what is foreign key? So a foreign key is used to maintain relationship between two tables. It is a field in one table that refers to the primary key in another table. The table with the foreign key is called the child table, and the table with the primary key is called the referenced or parent table. So we need to make the relationship, right? So that's why we need foreign key or some common field in the next table, right? In the table which we want to combine. So this is my SQL server management studio, guys. So let me show you. Just go to databases, we have test data, and if you remember we have been using this table employee detail, and simply you need to just change the database from here and select star from employee detail. This is one table we have, and there is another table, select star from, we have another table, project details. So two tables we have, this employee detail table, and here we have 13 records where all the employee details are there in this table: first name, last name, salary, joining date, department, gender. And here we have this employee ID column, and this is defined the primary key in this employee detail table, because these are a unique data, right? 1 2 3 4 5 uniquely identify this particular row column. Okay, so this is employee ID's primary key in this employee detail table, and we have this project detail table. We have 3 columns over here: project ID, employee ID, and project name. So whatever project are assigned to different employees, we have in this project detail table. Okay, so we have project ID 1 2 3 4 5, and this is the primary key over here, and this is employee ID is the foreign key. Okay, so this is child table and this is the parent table, and this is foreign key over here. Okay, so let's write simple SQL query, SQL join query. So select star from employee detail, let's see, put alias E, and yeah, inner join, or simply you can put join. What is my next table? Project detail P on condition, right? On E dot, we have alias E dot employee ID. What is the common between these two tables? So we have employee ID in employee detail table, employee ID primary key, and we have similar employee ID in project detail table as well, that is foreign key. So this is how we can write simple join query. So it retrieves what are the common, what are the data between these two tables, common data. Okay, matching rows in these two tables. So we have 8 matching rows. So we'll understand about different types of joins from the next video, guys. So this is very basic about the SQL joins for today, and yeah, from the next video we'll talk about what is SQL inner join. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 13, and today we are going to talk about SQL inner join. So in the last video we talked about what is SQL joins, and what is SQL join, and what are the different types of SQL joins we have. So in this particular video we'll talk about SQL inner join, and in subsequent videos we'll talk about each and every joins with the help of example query. So let's talk about SQL inner join. What do you mean by SQL inner join? So SQL inner join basically returns records that have matching values in both the tables. So let's say we want to combine two tables, so it returns records that have matching values in both the tables, or in other words I would say returns rows when there is a match in both the tables. So when we apply inner join, so there should be at least one match in both the tables. So let me explain with the help of diagram. So let's say this is table A and we have another table. So let's see, this is table B. So we have table A and table B. So what is the common field in both the tables? Okay, so here we have this portion is the common in table A as well as table B. So let me just write. So this is table A and here we have table B. So this is common portion of table A and table B. Okay, so when we apply this inner join, so we'll get this part. Okay, the matching rows in column A, in table A and table B. So this part is matching, right? It's common. So we should get this common part when we apply inner join. So let's understand with the help of example. So we have two tables, guys. We talked about them in the last video. Okay, and we have written very basic SQL join, and I have written here couple of questions based on SQL inner join. So we'll solve them using SQL inner join. So we have employee detail table. Here we have 13 records with the employee details. Okay, first name, last name, salary, joining date, department and gender. And here we have project detail. We have corresponding projects assigned to each employees. Okay, so let's write the query for the first question. So get employee name, project name, order by first name from employee detail and project detail for those employees which have assigned project already. So we need to write the employee name and project name from employee detail and project detail table which is already assigned the project, which have assigned project already. Okay, so how to write? Because this is common, right? So if you see this employee detail table, employee detail, we have employee ID 1 2 3 4. So this employee ID is present in this table, and if you check in another table, employee ID 1 is present over here, employee ID 1 1 1. So this employee has assigned 3 projects. Okay, so this employee ID 1 is common in table 2 as well as in table 1. So we should get those common records. So how to write? Select, let's first write star only from employee detail. Let's write alias E, and we should write inner join like this, project detail P, and we should write this on condition. What is the common between these two tables? So what is the relationship, right? Like how to make the relationship between these two tables. So we have this employee ID field which we talked about in the last video, primary key and foreign key. So E dot employee ID from first table and P dot employee ID from the another table, and we want employee name is present in, let's say we want first name, and project name is present in another table. So we'll write a specific column like this, and we should apply order by first name like this. Okay, so this is the simple query, guys. So let me just execute this. So we should get the common records between two tables. So we have project name, and you can see Frank, this is the project assigned. So we have 8 matching rows in both the tables, in table employee detail table and project detail table. So we have 8 rows which are matching in both the tables. Okay, so these are the records we got. Now what is the second example? Write down the query to fetch employee name and project who has assigned more than one project. So there is a condition over here. Now we should apply where clause over here. Okay, so I think the query would be the same except the where condition. So simply I'll copy this part. Now we need to specify project who has assigned more than one project. We need to retrieve the employees who has assigned more than one project. So how to write that? And yeah, we need to we can remove this on where. Now we have to put where condition. So select e dot first name, p dot project name from employee detail e, inner join project detail p on e dot employee id, p dot employee id where. Now we have to put where condition. So from employee detail table only we'll put employee id, right? E dot employee id. Now inside this we'll put the our condition where e dot employee id in will put condition over here. So we'll write inner query, select employee id from project detail table which is assigned more than 2 projects, right? Which has more than 2 projects, the employees which has more than 2 projects, because we want to get the project from project detail table only. And we have to use group by employee id and having keyword we have to use having count function greater than 1, employee id which is more than assigned more than one project, right, in project detail table. So this is how we can get using this query. Okay, so 1 and 3, you can see employee id who has assigned more than one project. So if you execute this, then we should get our records. So we have Tom which is assigned 3 projects. So here you can see Tom, ABC, DDC and GHI. These are the 3 projects which is assigned to Tom. And we have Frank, ABC and XYZ. So this is how we can write query using inner join. So if you want to verify this record, you can simply see in the project detail table the Tom employee id is 1. So if you search over here, if you select, so here you can see these are the 3 employee IDs in project detail table. So we have ABC, DDC and GHI projects assigned to this employee ID 1. So this is about inner join, guys. Very simple query, simple join, and this is very frequently used SQL join as well. And in the next video we'll talk about SQL left outer join. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Please like and share this video, and please subscribe this channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 14, and today we are going to talk about what is SQL left outer join. So in the last video we have seen inner join, or you can say simple join. Now today we'll discuss about what do you mean by SQL left outer join, and where do we apply left outer join, how do we write SQL query using left outer join. I'll show you with the help of an example, and I'll show you how to write SQL left outer join query. So just watch this video till the end, guys, so you'll understand better like how do we write SQL left outer join. So let's get started with the definition, like what do you mean by SQL left outer join, how it works. So it returns all rows from the left table even if there are no matches in the right table. In other words, this type of join returns all rows from the left hand table is specified in the on condition, and only those rows from the other table where the join fields are equal. It returns all records from the left table and the matched records from the right table. So these are the different definition, guys. So let me explain with the help of diagram, so you'll understand better. So let's say this is my table A, and we have another table. So we have two tables over here, and let me just write, this is table 1 and this is table 2. And here we have seen in the inner join, this is the matching rows, right? Let me just provide some color. So this is the matched rows in both the tables, like table 1 and table 2. This is the common records which we have seen in the inner query, like inner join query. Now it will retrieve based on both the tables, like it will retrieve from the left table and matching rows with the right table. So like this. So it will retrieve all the records from table 1 irrespective of whether it is matching with the right table or not, and matching rows with the right table. Okay, so this is the these all the records will be displayed by this inner left outer join query. So let me take you to my SQL Server Management Studio, and we have seen two tables. We have taken the example of two tables, employee detail and project detail, in the last video. So in employee detail table we have 13 records where we have all the employee details like employee ID, first name, last name, salary, joining date, department and gender. And we have project detail, guys. And what is the common field between these two tables? We have employee ID column. To make the relationship, we should have some common field, right? Common column. So we have this employee ID field. So if you see, we have all the records, employee records, in this employee detail table. We have employee ID. This is the primary key of this employee detail table, and we have corresponding projects for all the employees in this employee detail table. But we do not have all the the projects are not assigned to all the employees. Okay, so we have 13 records here, 13 records, and if you see in project detail we have only 10 records. So only 8 employees are assigned to some projects. Some projects are assigned to 8 employees only. Okay, even though we have multiple employee ID over here, and we have couple of projects, new project and new project 1, where we do not these two projects are not assigned to any of the employees. So how do you write query? Okay, a left outer join query, and I have some couple of examples over here. Problems, you would say. So get employee name, project name, order by first name from employee detail and project detail for all employee, even they have not assigned project. Okay, even they have not assigned any project. So how do we, which query we will write over here? Oh, okay, this is the question. So here we'll see, like we need to get all the employee name, right? Get employee name, project name, order by first name from employee detail and project detail for all employee, even they have not assigned any project. So we need to get the records, all the records from employee detail, all the employee records, employee names from employee detail table, and the corresponding the project assigned. Okay, what are the projects we have, project name as well we need to get, right? Employee name and project name, even they have not assigned any project. Okay, so in that way we have to write this inner join, left outer join, because some of the employees are not assigned to any of the new projects. Okay, so here we apply left outer join. So how do we write the query? So select star from, first simply I have written star, so let's write, and second I have to select database over here and employee detail, let's say alias A, and here we'll write, sorry, left outer join. You can simply write left join or left outer join, anything is fine. Left outer join. What is the next table? Project detail. Project detail P. Let's make it P and alias as E. E for employee detail and P for project detail. And we have on condition, right? So what is the common field? E dot employee ID is equal to P dot employee ID, and we want employee name and project name, so simply I'll write employee or first name. Let's get the first name, comma project name. You can write in this way, or simply you can, because we have already used alias, so simply you'll write e dot first name and P dot project name. From employee detail E, left outer join, project detail P on E dot employee ID is equal to P dot employee ID. So this is the condition, guys. This is the relationship between these two tables, employee ID and project detail, employee detail and project detail table. Now we have to order, write order by. We have to put order by, because we need to get by first name, order by first name. Sorry, employee ID first name. So this is left outer join. Let me just run this query. So here you can see we got 16 rows. So we got all the employees who do not assign any project as well, like Alvin. We do not have any project assigned to this employee. We have Evelyn as well, Jackson. So we have 16 rows. So it retrieves all the records from left table. We have, what is the left table in this on condition, right? In this on condition, this is the left side and this is the right side. E dot employee ID. Okay, E refers to this table and P refers to this project detail table. So this is left table and this is right table. So in the left table we have 13 records, and here we got 16 records. Why do we got these many records? Because it will retrieve all the 13 employee records, but some of the employees are assigned to multiple projects. You can see in this project detail table we have, here you can see employee ID 111. So this employee ID 1 is assigned to 3 projects, ABC, DDC and GHI. Similarly we have this employee ID 3 who is assigned to 2 projects, ABC and XYZ. Okay, and 2 projects we have null values. Okay, none of the employees assigned to these 2 projects. So that's why 13 plus 2 from here, 2 rows for this employee ID 1 and 1, these 2 projects, DDC and GHI, and 1 record from here, this XYZ. So 13 plus 2, 15 and 16. So that's why we got 16 records when we write this query, left outer join query. And instead of left outer join query, you can simply write left join as well. So this is a kind of example where we apply left outer join query. We use left outer join query. Here you can see null, whatever we don't have values in the right table, and here you can see it retrieves the record from all the records are filled the left side, like first name, right? It retrieves all the records from first table, and corresponding table we have some null values also, but it retrieves those records as well. So this is the first question, guys, answer of the first question. And the second question is get employee name, project name, order by first name from employee detail and project detail for all employee if project is not assigned. It is similar to the first question, but there is a condition over here, then display no project assigned. So we can simply copy this query, the first query. We need to just write one function over here instead of this one, p dot project name. What we'll do, because we instead of null we need to put no project assigned. Instead of these null values we need to put no project assigned. So how do we write in SQL? So we have is null function, so we use this is null function. And what is the column name? We have project name, and here we'll write that string which we want to pass. So we want this no project assigned, so simply I'll put it over here, and then it should work. So it will display wherever we get null values, okay, in the right table. So here you can see no project assigned. Let me just give some alias as well. Assign project. So just run this query, you will see assign project, no project assigned, no project assigned. Here we have corresponding projects ABC and XYZ. So this is how we write left outer join query, guys. In the next video I'll talk about SQL right outer join. So thank you guys for watching. Please like and share this video, and do not forget to subscribe this channel, and please press the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 15, and today we are going to talk about SQL right outer join. So in the last video we have seen what is SQL left outer join, how do we write left outer join. Now today we'll see just reverse of it, like how do we write SQL right outer join. So what do you mean by SQL right outer join? So let's get started with the definition. So it returns all rows from the right table even if there are no matches in the left table, and in other words, returns all records from the right table and the matched row records from the left table. So let me show you with the help of example, help of diagram. So let's see, this is my table A or table 1, and we have another table. Let's say this is another table. Okay, we have two tables, left table and right table, or table 1 and table 2. Let me just write table 1 and this is table 2. So we have two tables, guys, table 1 and table 2, and what it says, it returns all the rows from right table even if there are no matches in the left table. So it will retrieve the records, the matching rows and all the records from right table. So this will, it will retrieve both the records, I mean matching rows as well as all the records from right table. So we'll understand with the help of example when we'll talk about the question. Okay, so I'll write SQL right outer join query. So let's get started. So my SQL Server Management is already open, and you have seen we have been using these two tables to write the SQL joins. We have this employee detail table where we have all the records, employee records. We have first name, last name, salary, joining date, department and gender, and we have this employee ID as primary key. And we have another table, employee detail, project detail table, where we have all the corresponding projects assigned to all the employees. Okay, so we have couple of new projects as well which are not assigned to any of the employees. So here you can see null values in employee ID column. Okay, and we have all the employee ID over here. So this is foreign key employee ID in this project detail table, because we want to make the relationship, so we should have one common field in both the tables. So in employee detail table we have employee ID as primary key, and to make the relationship we have this employee ID table in project detail table as well. So these act as foreign key. So here you can see we have three this employee ID 1 3 times, right? So 3 projects are assigned to this employee ID 1, and similarly we have for employee ID 3 as well, couple of times it is given over here. So 2 projects are assigned to employee ID 3, and these 2 are new projects which are assigned to none of the employees. Okay, so let's get started with the question, guys. So get all project name even they have not matching any employee ID. Okay, so we want to get all the project name even they have not matching any employee ID in left table. Okay, order by first name from employee detail and project detail table. So what it says, this right join query, it returns all the rows from right table. So we should get all the records from project detail table, okay, to get all the projects even though we have null values in the left table. So it will retrieve this new project and new project 1 as well. It should retrieve when we apply this right outer join query. So last time we have seen we have just reverse of it, like we got all the employee IDs from left table, we got all the employee detail all the records from employee detail table, all the employees, and these two were missing in the last left outer join query because these are the null values in the right table, because these are not assigned to any of the employees. So that's why we have null values, right? So that's why it was not picked in the left outer join query. Now we want to get all the records from project detail table, right table. So it will retrieve all the records from the right table irrespective of the null values in the left table. So let's write the query. Select star from employee detail, select the database from here, and employee detail E, I'll give alias as E, and I'll write right outer join. You can simply write right join as well, or right outer join, and I'll write, or right join also you can write, project detail P. On condition, there should be a relationship when we apply any join, okay, any of the joins. Okay, so we have common field employee ID, so E dot employee ID is equal to P dot employee ID. Order by first name, E dot first name. Okay, so this is how you write, guys. Here we have right join, so let's see how it returns the record. So we want project name only, okay, project name, get all project name even they have not matching any of the employee IDs. So let's see, we want E dot employee first name and project name, P dot project name. So here you can see we got first name and project name. So we got all the records from project name even though we have null values in the left table. So here you can see null, and other projects are listed over here. So we have 10 rows in the project detail table, so that's why we got 10 records over there. We have 10 rows because all the projects are unique over here. So That's what we got, all the 10 rows over here, and we have corresponding left records from the left table, even though we have null values. So this is how you write right join query. Okay, you can write here outer as well, anything is fine, so we'll get the same results. Now let's take the second question. Write a query to find out project name which is not assigned to any employee. So we want to get the project name which is not assigned to any employee. So from these two table employee detail and project detail table. So what are the projects which are not assigned to any of the employees? So we have new project and new project 1. So we should get these two records only. So how do you get? Using this write outer join query. So you'll write select star from employee detail E and write outer join query project detail P E dot employee ID on E dot employee ID is equal to P dot employee ID, and we want project name, right? So simply we'll write P dot project name. Okay, now we have to put where condition, guys, because we want the project name which is not assigned to any employee. So I have to put here where clause where E dot first name is null, okay, which is not assigned to any of the employees. Or E dot employee ID also you can put, employee ID is null, E dot employee ID. Okay, we have to put. So let me just execute. So here you got two records, new project and new project 1, which are not assigned to any of the employees. You can see in this project detail table which I have shown you earlier, we have employee ID null in those two, for those two projects. Okay, so you have to write where condition where E dot employee ID is null. So this is how you write SQL write outer join query. So this is very simple, guys. You just practice, you just try to get get the different questions, and you can write the right outer join query. And in the next video I'll talk about SQL full outer join query. So thank you for watching, guys. Please subscribe this channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 16, and today we are going to talk about SQL full outer join. Like, I'll show you how do we write SQL full outer join. So in the last video we have seen right outer join, and before that left outer join. So this is full outer join query, guys. So let's get started with the definition. Like, what do you mean by SQL full outer join? So full join creates the result set by combining result of both left join and right join. The result set will contain all the rows from both the tables. The rows for which there is no matching, the result set will contain null values. So basically SQL full outer join returns all the records from left table as well as right table. I would say matching rows and non-matching rows. So let me explain with the help of diagram. So this is table A and we have another table. This is table B. So let me just write simply table 1 and table 2. We have two tables, guys, table 1 and table 2, and we have this is right table and this is left table, and this is matching rows between these two tables. So it retrieves all the records from left table as well as right table and all the matching rows as well. So let's get started with the example query. Okay, so we have been using these two tables, employee detail table and project detail table. Employee detail table, we have all the employee records like employee ID, which is primary key, and we have first name, last name, salary, joining date, department and gender, all the records of the employees. And we have corresponding project detail table where we have employee ID as foreign key. So this is the common field between these two tables, so that's how we can make the relationship. And we have corresponding project name which are assigned to all the employees, like we have this employee ID1 ABC. So this employee ID1 is assigned to 3 projects. We have ABC, DDC and GHI. Similarly, we have employee ID2, this is the project, and couple of projects, new projects are there which are not assigned to any of the employees. So let's write a full outer join query, and I have problem over here. The query, the question, get complete record employee name, project name from both the tables, employee detail and project detail. If no match found in any table, then show null. So how we show null values? Okay, because we want to get the records from both the tables, so we have to use here full outer join query. So how do we write? So select star from employee detail E, alias I'll use E, and here we have to write join. So full outer join project detail P, and here we'll get all the records, employee name and project detail. Okay, so E dot employee, E dot first name. If you want last name, you can get the last name as well, first name, and P dot project name from employee detail E, full outer join project detail P. On, we should have common fields, right, between two tables. So E dot employee is the common column. Okay, so P dot employee ID, and instead of full outer join you can write simply full join as well, that is also fine. Or let's write full outer join and then I'll show you full join as well by writing full join. First we'll run using this full outer join only. Okay, so here we write the joining. Okay, instead of, I mean, last time we have seen left outer join, we used to write over here. If you want to apply left outer join, then you have to write left outer join. If you want to apply right outer join, then you have to write right outer join over here. Okay, now order by, right, order by, we have from both the tables. If no match records, I think order by is not required because here there is no orders, but anyway we can write like this, first name. Okay, so this will retrieve all the records. Let's see. So here you can see first name, we have selected first name, and project name from project detail. So null, this new projects, we have couple of projects which are not assigned to any of the projects. So you can see in the left table null values. Okay, so it irrespective of whether we have null values or not, it will retrieve all the records. And similarly you can see in the right table we have some null values, the employees which are not assigned to any of the projects, I mean they are not assigned to any of the projects, so here we have null values. Okay, and here we have new projects which are not, we don't have any what we can say, employees in the employee detail table. Okay, so this is how you can get the record in this full outer join. And yeah, instead of this full outer join, you can simply write full join as well. So this is also fine, there should not be any error. Okay, here you can see execute, it will retrieve all the records. So this is how you write full outer join query, guys. And in the next video, very important topic, and this is interview question as well, like how do we write self join, and why do you use self join. Okay, so this is very important. So thank you guys for watching, and please like and share this video, and subscribe the channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. Thank you so much, have a nice day, bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 17, and today we are going to talk about SQL self join. So in the last video we have seen what is full outer join, and today we'll discuss about self join. This is another type of join. So let's get started with the definition. What do you mean by self join? The self join, as its name implies, joining a table to itself, or in other words, self join is used to join a table to itself as if the table were two tables. So I'll show you with the help of an example so you can understand better, like what do you mean by self join and how do we do that, this self join. Okay, where do we use this self join, in which condition? So I'll show you in couple of minutes with the help of an example. So let's have a look the syntax for self join. So here we have a couple of syntax. So this is the first one: select a dot column name, b dot column name. So a and b are the alias, okay, from table 1a, table 1b. So since we have only one table in self join, so that's how we have from table 1a, table 1b, comma table 1b, where a dot common field is equal to b dot common field. So this is one type of syntax, and this is another syntax. We have select a dot column, b dot column name, from table 1a, join. There is no keyword like self join, we have only join table 1b on condition a dot common field is equal to b dot common field. So let me take you to my SQL editor, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and just go to database, and here we have test data database. And so in previous tutorials we have seen employee detail and project detail. Now this time I'll use this table, employees table. So let me show you that table. Select star from employees, execute this. So guys, here we have a table called employees, and here we have employee ID 1 2 3 4 5 and full name, like these are the names of the employees: Tom Garcia, Lucy Martin, Frank Clark, Jane Joseph, and Robert Hansen. Corresponding we have salaries, salary column, and we have manager ID. This is extra column. So this is basically, this employees table is the combination of two tables. So here we have employee ID 1 Tom Garcia 10,000, and manager ID we have 3. So what do you mean by these 3? So 3 is nothing but the employee ID 3. So this Frank Clark is the manager of Tom Garcia. Manager ID is nothing but this employee is reporting to this manager ID, which we have Frank Clark. Similarly, Lucy Martin, we have employee ID 2, Lucy Martin 3. Again, Lucy Martin is reporting to Frank Clark. Third is Frank Clark, which is reporting to 4, employee ID 4. So we have Jan Joseph. Jan Joseph is the superior employee who is not reporting to anybody, and who is at top. Okay, and at last we have Robert Hansen, who is reporting to employee ID 1. 1 is Tom Garcia. So this is the hierarchy. Now we want to display the records, because we have, since we have only one table, we want to display. Let me show you. We want the result in this manner. Suppose we want employee ID, employee name, we want manager ID and manager name. Okay, so suppose we want the employee ID, employee full name, and this is manager ID, we want manager ID, and last should be manager name like this. So suppose we want to display the record in this manner, so how to write the query? So for this purpose we are going to use self join. So how do we write? So let's start. So select star from, right now I am just using star from, what is my table? Employees. I'll use alias employee, and you can use a comma as we have seen in the syntax, or you can use join. Another table is, I'll use another alias manager, like this. You can write from employees, join employees manager on. Now we'll put on condition. Okay, and employees dot manager ID is equal to, we'll see this condition later, but first what are the columns we want? So we want, as per this diagram, we want employee ID, so we use this employee alias, employee dot employee ID, we use the same alias. We want employee name, so full name. Third, we want manager ID, so for each employee we want the manager ID. So from employee table itself we use manager ID like this. And what do you want? From manager we want full name. From this alias we want full name, comma, and then manager dot full name. So like this we want from employees employee and join employees manager. So we have two layers, guys. We are joining the table with the same table, and on condition should be employees manager ID from the employees table is equal to manager, this alias dot employee ID. Okay, because manager ID of the employees table is equal to the manager employee ID of the manager. So just consider this as two tables. So manager ID from employee table is equal to employee ID from the manager table. So sorry, this should be employee ID only. Yeah, employees dot employee ID is equal to manager dot, one second, employees dot manager ID. Yeah, why it is giving error? Select employee dot employee ID, employee dot full name from employees employee. Yeah, this is should be employee dot manager ID is equal to manager dot employee ID. So let me just execute this query. We want a result in this manner. Okay, so let's see if it is working fine or not. So here we go. So Tom Garcia, we have employee ID 1, Tom Garcia, full name, manager ID is 3, and who is the manager? Who is the employee ID 3? Frank Clark. So you can see from here employee ID 3 is Frank Clark. Okay, so let me execute this two queries together and you can understand here better. So we have employee ID 1 Tom Garcia, manager ID is 3, manager ID 3 means Frank Clark. So Tom Garcia is reporting to Frank Clark. So here you can see Tom Garcia, Frank Clark. Lucy Martin again reporting to Frank Clark, and Frank Clark reporting to 4, manager ID 4, who is 4, Jan Joseph. So here we can see Jan Joseph. And last, Robert Hansen will report to Tom Garcia, employee ID 1. So who is employee ID 1? Tom Garcia. So this is one of the example of self join where we use self join query. So this is all about self join, guys, and if you like this video, please share it and like it, and if you are new to my channel, then please subscribe it and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. So in the next video I'll talk about SQL Cartesian join or cross join. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 18, and today we are going to talk about SQL Cartesian join or cross join. In the last video we have seen what is self join. Now today we'll talk about cross join. So this is another type of join. So let's get started with the definition. So what is cross join? So it returns the Cartesian product of the sets of records from the two or more joined tables. So in simple words, the cross join is used to generate a paired combination of each row of the first table with each row of the second table. This join type is also known as Cartesian join. So this is very simple definition of cross join. I'll show you with the help of an example in couple of minutes. So let's have a look the syntax. So this is the syntax of cross join, guys, basic syntax. So select column 1, column name underscore 1, column 2, column n from table 1, cross join table 2. So this is basic syntax of cross join. So let's get started with the example. So this is SQL Server Management Studio, and in previous tutorials we have been using different tables like employee detail, employees, project detail. So I'm going to take an example from this employee detail and project detail. So let's write basic query. Select star from employee detail, just select database from here, test data, and employee detail, and the second table is from project detail. So we have two tables. So employee detail, we have all the employee details: employee ID, first name, last name, salary, joining date, department, gender. And in project detail we have project information like project ID, employee ID, and project name. So here we have the common field employee ID, which is the primary key, which is foreign key over here, and which is primary key in employee detail table. So that is the relationship between two tables. Okay, that makes the relationship between these two tables, employee detail and project detail, because we should have a common field to join the tables as we have seen in previous tutorials. So we have employee ID column. Now how do we write the basic cross join query? So we have this syntax. So simply I'll write query select star from employee detail E cross join project detail P. Now suppose we want few columns like employee ID, and we have first name, E dot first name, we want E dot last name as well, and we want P dot project name. So these are the information we want, like department not department, e dot employee id. Employee id, first name, last name, and project name. These are the information we want. So here I have written a simple join, like cross join. So select e dot employee id, e dot first name. E is the alias from employee detail table. So we have employee id, first name, last name from employee detail table, and we want project name from project detail table. So here we have alias p. So we have total, how many rows we have? 13 rows in employee detail table, and we have 10 rows in project detail table. So the result should be select 13 into 10, so it should be 130. So it should be 130 result total, because here we have seen in the definition the cross join is used to generate a paired combination of each row of the first table with each row of the second table. This type of join is also known as Cartesian join, and this is real world example, guys. I forgot to talk about this. So suppose that we are sitting in a restaurant and we decide to order lunch. Shortly we will look at the menu and we will start thinking of which meal and drink combination could be more tastier. Our brain will receive the signal and begin to generate all meal and drink combinations. Okay, so this is real world example where we use cross join. So similarly we have written the query. So let me just execute this. So the result should be 130 rows. We should get 130 records. So let's execute this. So here you can see 130. Now from here you will understand we have employee ID 1 Tom Garcia, and here you can see combination from employee ID 1 to the first project ABC, second employee ID to first project, third to first project, fourth employee to the first project, like this. So this is how it will multiply each records from first table to the second table. So here you can see project detail we have. These are the projects we have. So ABC, so you can see in this query all the employees first will multiply to this, will make a combination with the first project. Similarly it will make the combination with the second project DDC. Here you can see from employee 1, again it will start from 1 because 13 we have completed here. Again it will start from 1. So this is how it works, cross join, and it has basic syntax. So this is all about join, guys. So we have covered all kind of joins. Now we have seen simple join, we have left outer join, right outer join, full outer join. We have seen in the last video, we have seen self join, and today we have completed cross join. So if you have any questions, then you can comment in the comment box, and please like and share this video. And if you are new to my channel, then please subscribe the channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to automationtestinginsider.com. This is SQL tutorial part 19, and today we are going to talk about variables in SQL. So let's get it started. So like in other languages like Java or C# or any other languages, we have variables in SQL as well. So what do you mean by variable? So variable is something which holds the value, right, which holds some kind of data. So a transact SQL local variable is an object that can hold a single data value of a specific type. So basically in SQL we have two types of variables. We have local variable and global variable. So mainly we use local variable to hold the value. So in SQL Server, local variables are used to store data during the batch execution period. So I'll show you the example with the help of example. Okay, in couple of minutes we'll understand like the batch execution as well, and how we declared and initialize the value using local variable. Okay, so we'll understand one by one. So what are the types of SQL variables? So as I have discussed, we have local variable, which is very useful for us for testers. We need to understand more about this local variable. A user declares the local variable. By default, a local variable starts with @ symbol. Okay, so I'll show you how to declare that and how to initialize. We'll discuss in the next slide. Okay, every local variable scope has the restriction to the current batch or procedure within any given session. Okay, so this is the restriction for local variable. And global variable, we need to just understand for our knowledge purpose. For now, the system maintains the global variable. A user cannot declare them. So this is the difference between local variable and global variable. In local variable, user declares the local variable, whereas global variable, it's kind of system defined. The global variable starts with double @ symbol. It stores session related information. Okay, so this is the difference between local variable and global variable. Now we'll understand how to declare and initialize the variable in SQL. So variable declaration, so we use declare keyword to declare the variable. So this is the syntax, simple syntax: declare my variable int. So declare keyword and the variable name using @ symbol, and this is the data type. So let me start the practical things. Okay, so this is my SQL Server Management Studio, and simply what I'll do, I'll use this. So how to declare, I'll show you. Declare keyword and @ symbol, let's say local or variable 1. This is how we do, we declare. And at last, data type, simply we declare like this. The second is an initialize using set or select. So we can initialize using set or select keyword. So simply you need to just copy this variable and is equal to, you give. So here we have given int type this variable. Okay, should be int type. So here we have to provide value, and then suppose we want to print, you can print this variable 1 like this. Let me just execute this. So it should print 1. Now suppose we have data type varchar 100, and this is, let's say, ATI, Automation Testing Insider. So this should print this time string value. 1 second, execute. So I need to select the whole script. So here you can see ATI. So this is how we declare the variable and initialize using set. And instead of set, you can use select as well. Select, just copy this like this and just comment this line and execute. You'll see the same message over here. So we can initialize using set or select keyword. Okay, variable declaration and initialization. So we can, in a single line, we can declare and initialize as well. So how to do that? So you can do like this: declare @ variable 2 and int, and directly provide the value over here. Let's say, suppose I want this is my initialization. Okay, I am providing the value to the variable. Now simply I'll give print statement variable 2. So this should print 5. Let's have a look. So here you can see 5. So this is how we work with variables. Okay, so example here I have given. Okay, so now let's talk about the batch execution, guys. So why do we use this? I mean, what is the uses for us, right? So let's say for batch execution, we want to execute the batch, right? So just I have this simple some queries over here. So you can see, if you look at the queries which I have written over here, which is very simple query for now, for just for example purpose. So just consider this is a batch. Okay, so here I have simple query: select first name, last name, salary from employee detail, where employee ID is equal to 4. We have the second query in the same batch. Okay, so here you can see for this also we have employee ID is equal to 4, and I have some other condition as well, like or gender is equal to male. Similarly, we have third script where employee ID is equal to 4. So suppose you want anyway, I have mentioned over here like employee ID 4, 4 and 4, right? So suppose you want to change the employee ID, so it would be very difficult to go and check at every place, right? So like you need to just go manually and you need to change the value over here. Suppose you want to execute this query for employee ID 6. So how do you do that? Okay, you need to just go manually and you need to change the employee ID. Okay, so similarly we have a couple of more queries over here. This is again employee ID using 4, and this is one more query. So what is the usage of variable over here, right? Local variable. So we can create a variable, we can declare and initialize at top, and then we can use that variable in our in all the queries. So how do we do that? So simply I have written over here use test data. So test data is my database. So this is the usage of this use keyword. So if you don't want to use over here, you can you can select from here, or suppose you have selected some other database like model. Once again, suppose you have selected master from here, then still it will work. If you don't use this one then it will not work. So either you have to use this use keyword over here, or you have to select the database from here. Now, or the third option is you can select like this test data dot employee detail. So this will also work, but sorry, test data like this this will also work, test data database dot employee detail. So this is about this use keyword, guys. Just leave this for now. Now let's talk about variable declaration usage in this batch execution. Okay, we are talking about this one. So how do you do that? Okay, so simply what you'll do, I'll declare a variable over here at the rate employee ID. So because we are going to use employee ID, so I'll give meaningful name employee ID, and what is the data type? Int, that is int type, and I'll give the value over here simply 4. Now what I'll do, I'll simply use this variable in entire script. So instead of 4, I can place this in every query. So just put like this, and here, and one more like this. So we have condition employee ID is equal to at the rate employee ID variable name. Now we'll execute this query. So this will also work. Now here you can see it executes all the query. Okay, so this is the usage of variable in SQL, particularly local variable. So no need to write that employee 4 in each and every queries or whatever we have written over here. Simply you can declare the variable at top and you can use that in your entire script. Okay, so this is all about variables, guys, and in the next video we'll talk about switch case. So please like and share this video, and if you are new to my channel then please subscribe this channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. So thank you guys, have a nice day, bye bye.